This music's too loud. Okay. Hello. 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 This is not a stream day. Hello. Emily, Spotify reminder. Thank you. God, private session, please. Congratulations on first. Cyber, hello. You did wait for nothing, but I acknowledge you, simply in love. And that's all. Crystal, hello. Tyrio, hello. Oh man, it smells gay in here. It reeks of queers in here. God, I love it here. Hi, Alex. How are you? Help? I don't know if I can. I'm simply not sure if I'm strong enough. It's not a stream day, but I can't stream this weekend. So, welcome to your stream day. Welcome to I'm trying to give content because there is going to be a severe lack of it for a small period of time. So, I forget the schedule all the time, so every stream is a surprise stream. See, that's the way to live. If you live in constant blissful ignorance, everything is a surprise, and then there's just joy to be found around every corner. Every corner of the world is just joyous surprise, and you are never disappointed because you're never like, oh man, I've been waiting for a Xander stream and he didn't stream. You're just like, oh man, wonder when that's ever gonna happen again. Good luck. Good luck, me. Maybe the truth is to live in ignorance is bliss. To deny yourself knowledge is to enjoy living. I don't really know. Oh, my buttons don't work today. Hello everybody, my name is Almost Xander. Welcome home. My buttons don't work. I gotta reset my thing. I hear it. If you hear the static, crackly microphone, I also hear it. It happens every once in a while, but it hasn't happened in a while. So hopefully it's fine. I think. Maybe? Is it kind of okay? I don't know. I just look in Gen Chat every day, and if the green guy, and then look if the green guy's gonna appear. That's me, I'm the green guy. I'm appearing today. My green is really leaving. The top of my head is no longer green. It's just this stuff. All of this is gone. I'm brown, man. All of this is brown. The only green is up here. I am rapidly anti-photosynthesizing. Do you want to see the cat? He's eeping. He is eeping. There's a towel down because the window is open and it was raining, and I didn't want to close the window, so I just put a towel down so that it just wouldn't cover everything in water. He's sleeping on it now. I wanted my window open and it was raining. Your room would be so wet? No, I've got a towel down. There's a towel down. Nothing's wet. If it starts raining now, the only thing that's going to be wet is the towel, and unfortunately Apollo, who will also be wet. I don't want this music. Go away. Put my liked songs on. That's better. My cat will lay herself down on any laid fabric. I fear that is how cats are wired. I fear cats are wired to live that way. That there is no other choice. Anyways, I am not God. Maybe I'm God. I'm God in some universes, and I'm definitely God in my mind, and I also play God to some of you guys, but I'm not God. I am simply in service of God today, and God means art. I'm in service of art today. My ADHD is winning today, which is funny because I took my ADHD medication, and I think it somehow made it worse. I think my ADHD medication's making me worse. And maybe it's that I only take it when I need it, and so like I'm like trying to readjust to it, or maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm just so used to regulating ADHD and feeling normal with it that like taking it away, I'm not like I have too much room to move. Like I'm trying to move at the speed that my brain normally thinks, and it's not thinking at that speed. But so like I'm panicking and feeling like I'm stuck because like I can't move at the speed that I want to move, and yet also it feels like things are moving too quickly. I don't know. Anyways, God is a social construct. We are all just crazy. Also that. But today the social construct is art because I'm in service of art today. And I'm going to try to make any sense while I stream today. I wanted to do art specifically because I'm working on a D&D like animation. I'm drawing Feyakin. Do you guys know Feyakin? Do you guys know anything about my D&D character? Do y'all know I even play D&D? What do you know? Do you guys know that I play D&D? Do you guys know I have a character? Do you know who he is? Do you care? I don't know if any of those are accurate statements, but it's I have a D&D character. Never heard of him? Ah. What is that, a sauce? Yeah, D&D is a sauce. It's like a hot sauce. Vegan, I love him. D&D's cringe, I don't play that. Real, good choices. Those are the right answers. I have a D&D character. His name is Fayakin. He originally was a ranger. I would tell you his race, but he's not like elf or I should just show. So my buttons don't work. I keep forgetting that. Hang on, let me see if I can fix my buttons really quickly. Hang on. My Stream Deck isn't linked. Stream Deck. Why is Kelly Clarkson playing? Stream Deck. Why is it not working? Is it because my fucking OBS updated? God damn it, it's because my OBS updated. God damn it. And now my Stream Deck has to update. Whatever. Sorry. Hi, Fayakin. Anyways, I'm gonna let my Stream Deck update. I'm just having to click buttons like a fucking loser. This is Fayakin. I've broken it all. Hang on. Dear God, nothing's gone right today. Not a single thing. Nope, not that either. Fayakin. This is Fayakin. I thought D&D was that one disorder. Yeah, with the multi-personalities. Yeah, that's D&D. That's what it is. Anyways, yeah, this is Fayakin. He's he's half griffin. And then I guess human? Or like elf? I guess human. Not quite. He's not really a thing that exists. He exists specifically within the lore of this world because I created him. And my DM is nice and was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And I got to create this. I fell off of the life tree because the light... see, okay. You run with me here. So the lightning god, right, got stuck as a dragon, right, because of experimentations with magic, right, and because of that, he got stuck as a dragon, and he couldn't change out of his form, and he was destroying things and stuff, and so he needed something that could stop him, and he struck the life tree with lightning. Yggdrasil, the tree of life that goes through all the realms. He struck it with lightning, knowing that it would create a defense mechanism. So a branch fell off of the tree of life, creating the self-defense mechanism, and that's me. I'm the self-defense mechanism. So like I'm not supposed to exist, but I'm kind of like the love child or hate child of the lightning dragon and the tree of life. It's a strange existence to try to explain, but that's who I am. And I was raised at the tree of life in devotion to the tree. Like I just pray to the tree all the time. That's just what I did. That was like my whole thing. This isn't originally what he looked like. He looked like I guess this is the closest. This is like the closest drawing I have to like his original form. So if you notice, he had longer hair. He also didn't have the scar. This happened actively in the battle that I'm drawing right now. He didn't have any scars, and he had this like long ass hair and shit. And he used to be a ranger. I had a bow and arrow, and I play a really bad ranger. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was not built. Oh, yes. If this explodes my OBS, hang on. Do not close. Can't. Oh fuck. Okay, I can't update my that right now because it'll break it. Anyways, I'm a bad ranger. But there was this fight. I'm not gonna go into everything. I'm not gonna talk too much about my D&D character, but I'm gonna talk a little bit about him because I'm interested in him because he's my character and I like him a lot. But we fought the war god, but that wasn't actually a war god. It was like a copy of the war god in a shapeshifter thingy. But we accidentally killed the shapeshifter, which then killed the war god. It was a complicated situation. This is like the little I made like a little comic about it. There was a lot going on or whatever, but this was a Keel and he died or whatever. But then we brought him back to life. And if you notice, he's got this sword that we shattered and it killed him because it was like tethered to him or whatever. But we saved him. We brought him back to life, but the sword was still broken. So I got it fixed and then I got to keep it, which is why I draw Faken with a sword now, because then I dropped being a ranger and stopped praying to the tree of life that gave birth to me. And instead I pray to Keel, the war god now. And because I fight with his sword, and so I fight in his name. I'm his paladin or whatever. I became a paladin. I'm a paladin now. Very cool. And now I just draw him a lot because he means a lot to me. These are his two dads. Neither of these are his dad. The one on the left is Elzarin, which is the lightning god, which is technically my dad, if that's how birth works. And then the other one is Akil, the war god. So double dads. And I think he's pretty cool. And then this is him in a battle recently. He attacked. We were fighting a blood demon that was created of the creation of anger, because of its situation like a billion years ago, 800 years ago. And I thought he was cool to draw. And then this was our most recent session where we had some fun stuff happen. And I touched lightning, which is not something you're normally supposed to do, but I did in fact touch lightning, and it was a shocking experience. But so I've been having a lot of fun with him recently. And so I've decided I'm working on a little animation for Faken because I simply like him and would like to do that. And so I'm working on a little thing, and I've been trying to like figure it out, right? I've been trying to like figure out how to properly like do what I'm trying to do. So I want it to be a shot of him firing his bow and arrow. This was originally the position I was going to do it. I was going to do it from like the side where he like shoots across the screen, but then I thought it might be more interesting to do it where he's shooting towards the screen and the arrow like goes past you. So I was going to have like he's going to shoot his bow and arrow at us, and then like the camera would follow it. And then what I really wanted to do was show the two parts of Faken, like the two, the before and after, because like I haven't really gotten the chance to do that. So I wanted to draw Faken at the tree. Like this is what he was. This was Faken, like at the tree. Can you? I don't know how well you can see because the timeline thing is huge on this. I might adjust the way the screen looks for you guys, just because like most of the important information is at the top of the screen, and there's just so much unnecessary stuff at the bottom for you guys. I just need that to see. But this is how Faken was, and this is how he is. Like, and it's so cool to like see how physically different he is, like because of like the traveling and the fighting for like a year, and like the way his body has changed, and that his hair is cut short now, and like the switch from the bow to the sword and the scars and just everything about it is just I'm having a lot of fun with it. So I wanted to like, obviously I like drew those two well. The rest of this still needs to actually be drawn because it all looks like ass. But like this is what I'm in it for. I'm here for this because my baby boy, he's going through some things, and I'm also here going through these things because I love him a lot. So, that's the rundown of what I'm interested in and what I'm focusing on and what I want to draw. Today's stream will likely not be very long simply because it's a non-stream day, and like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like I'm needed at the moment to stream. I have other things that I could be doing, and I also have to leave tomorrow. There's a lot going on. I feel like I'm talking to walls today, not because you guys are quiet, but because I feel like I'm not making sense today. I'm making less sense than I do on average, I think is the problem. I am making less sense than I would averagely be making. I also can't tell if it's hot in here because the window's open or because the door is closed. It might just be that the window's open, but I like having the window open. But I think it's fucking hot in here. Is it actually cold outside or is it hot outside? I can't tell anymore. Hang on. I'm gonna check the window. Hello, sunset. Yeah. It doesn't feel like there's any hot air coming from the window. I don't really think it's hot outside. What's the temperature? It's 69 outside. Nice. Which is the temperature we keep it in the house. So, like, I'm sure it's genuinely fine. I don't think it's actually that hot in my room. I am going to take my socks off, though. I had socks on because my feet were freezing earlier, but I'm fine now. But, Cyber, what are you screaming about? Why are you saying what? Is it that it's 69 degrees outside or that we keep our house at 69? What is the shock? I can't tell. I need to know where the shock is coming from. Bro, it is 91 for me. It was 96 for us this morning. The storms just hit us. There is a massive cold front storm coming through from the hurricanes. And also just the actual storm front. But there is a huge storm front. It was 96 this morning, and then the storms hit, and it is now 69 degrees. We dropped like 30 degrees. It is perfect tornado weather. I actually wonder. Are there any tornado watches active right now? Arizona, Colorado, Florida, New Hampshire. No, I think we're fine. Yeah, I don't think there's anything up right now. We're good. It's like, it is tornado weather when it's dropping temperatures like that. It's crazy shit. It's 90 here. My brother had football practice at 3:30. Rip. Yeah, it's just stormy out now. It's not raining anymore, but it was dumping rain earlier. I was enjoying it. Anyways, I'm gonna desperately attempt to draw this. So, okay, if there's people with advice and or opinions in the chat, feel free to have them because I may need them. And if not, I'm just going to talk through them out loud myself and hope that I figure it out or that Emily hears me and gives me answers. But currently, this is the position I have him shooting in, is from here to here. And he's going to like pull the bow back and shoot towards the screen, maybe. That or the other option was I was going to have him shoot across the screen like that. But like, I feel like this, I don't know. I have advice. Don't eat ramen the second you pull it out of the microwave, it hurts. That's so, you know, when there's the basis of there is knowledge and there is wisdom, it does not take knowledge to know that. That is a wisdom thing. That is most people would have the wisdom to understand that a hot object would cause pain and to not do that. You have an understanding of heat and pain and consequence, and also the knowledge that a microwave item is hot. Having not eaten all day is two things. One, your fault. Unless you were being held captive, you chose to eat now and not earlier. And also not an excuse for hurting yourself, because now you can't eat it at all and or will lack enjoyment of it. And also, if that's what you want to do with your life, that's also fine. But the ramen is good. At least it's good. At least it's good. I might still try to change the pose I'm drawing this guy in, because it, like... Everywhere I go, bitches always know that Charlie Sheen has got a weenie that he loves to show. Bitch. I would love to try to draw fake him. Not in this, slightly different from this position. Maybe I have him, because right now it's this. So what if I switch slightly? What you doing? I'm working on animating Fayakin. I'm trying to have him shoot his bow. I say let's twitch his torso slightly more to us so it's less profile and more 3/4. And then really pull the bow that way. My dick does all my thinking. Hoes want to be seen with me, and I like their big fake titties. B cups with extra filling. Take it up, let me lick it quickly. Calm down, it's just a hickey. I blame it on this whipsy thing. Gets me tipsy. To enjoy the buzz. Take back road so I can enjoy the buzz. But you phones won't let you. I got a 40 in my Ford Fiesta. Buy beer or pay the rent. My signing bonus was quickly spent, so I'll beat the meat like I'm a fucking butcher, and I'll pound the pussy like I'm Ashton Kutcher. Anyway, sorry, I like this song. I liked this song a lot more when I was in high school, and it's still, I think, a very funny song, but it doesn't have the same charm it had for most of my life. I have also seen it live, and that was dope. All right. So I'm gonna shift him slightly. We need less neck. The worst thing about this application, I would love Procreate Dreams so much more if they would implement one thing. There is one major tool missing from Procreate Dreams, and it is the fucking lasso tool. I cannot select and change a piece of this drawing. You can move all of it or fucking none of it. And it is absolutely infuriating. It is the only major problem I have with this. Which, I guess, at the end of the day, that's what digital art is. If you don't like where something is, you can't pick it up and move it. You have to erase it and redraw it. So maybe I'm practicing for real life art or whatever. But it is absolutely infuriating when I'm trying to work on an animation quickly, especially because it's an animation. And it's like, I would like to be able to tilt the head a little bit each frame, but I can't select the head and tilt it slightly. I have to completely erase and redraw it or draw it on different layers. I don't even know if you can change different layers. If I add a layer and I draw a ball here, I don't think I can select it. No, it's all one layer. Even if I use layers, it doesn't matter. It's all one object. There is nothing I can do. You cannot draw on the same frame. My only option would be to draw on a separate time frame. Like, draw on a different timeline over here. And then move it that way. But, like, I can't adjust within the drawing. It's genuinely infuriating. It is the only thing about Procreate Dreams that I truly think makes it almost unusable for me. Because, like, it's just so hard to be like, oh, that hand is perfect, but it's an inch too low. Well, sucks. I use Toon Squid. It's half the price of Procreate Dreams. It feels like Procreate Dreams aspires to be. Procreate Dreams is also infantile. It came out in November, so it's not even a full year old yet. So, like, it's in its infantile stages. And I feel like it has the potential to be really good. I wonder if they have any, like... I promise it's not an ad. Gay? Real. Procreate Dreams lasso tool. Are there any plans for that? Okay. More than 6 updates, so there's no lasso tool or drawing editing tools. Everyone wants them. Why are you updating other stuff? I appreciate the ability to move the layers and masks in drawing mode. Both a time and space saver. Move the masks. But missing key for me, quick shapes, whatever. In drawing mode, the ability to move the layers and masks. Can I move? I don't know how. Oh god, hang on. Okay, I'm in drawing mode. Mask. I don't think... There's just no way. I just don't know. It should have launched with the lasso tool. I know. Tell me when. How to use the lasso and Procreate Dreams. How to use the lasso tool and Procreate Dreams. Tell me. With freehand, you draw the shape that you want to work on. In my experience, that's just Procreate, not Procreate Dreams, you whore. Somebody. Okay, hang on. This may be the answer. This may be the answer God has been looking for. I am in service of art right now and we're learning, okay?
Let me show you how I lasso tool my way in, I guess.
Stop talking, just show me.
Oh, no, I didn't wanted to put it here. I wanted to put it somewhere else. I hope it makes sense. I'm sorry, I'm not native English. It's kind of...
Stop apologizing and just show me.
You just go out.
Okay. We're not in the drawing tool anymore. I swear to God, if you move the entire thing, that's not what lasso tool is. You just learned how to move shapes. That's not a lasso tool, you imbecile. Okay, I'm done. Anyways, whatever. There is no choice. All it is just draw over and over and over again. Maybe I draw this in Procreate and then import it to Procreate Dreams. Maybe I do that. Maybe I do that. I feel like I want to explode. I want to prove that I can do this. Is that weird? I want to prove that I can draw without the lasso tool. Hey, weird thought, fellas. Is it gay to not use the lasso tool? I'm losing it. I have no hope for myself as a human being. I think I might lose my mind, but that's like, that's fine. But like, as long as it works, it's gonna be all right. Okay. Bro, sing me to Salvation Chapel, Roan. I'm trying to find salvation in Chapel Roan. And then there's another shoulder there. Is this shoulder too low? The world doesn't know. I ask you, you know nothing. You don't know the answers. Alright. Chapel, our Lord and Savior, genuinely. Hey, Cyber, how are you? Not Cyber. Hey, Ark, how are you? Or Kenny, how are you doing? Ugh, my brain is fucking mush. I feel like this is a fool for this. What's the difference between animating in base Procreate versus Dreams? So Dreams has a couple of things that base Procreate does not. One is that Procreate Dreams implemented the ability to add music, which is revolutionary for the animation world. Because you can't insert sounds or animation over a Procreate thing. You just have to like do it in Procreate and then export it and then add sounds to it and hope it lines up, which is a lot harder to do, especially if you were trying to do something like lip syncing that like you can't do in Procreate. You can't add a sound and like lip sync it to it. You would have to have it on two separate things. So that was like the major life-changing thing. Otherwise, Papa, hello, Rotten. Am I Papa? If I am, hello, child. How are you, Rotten? Hope you're well. The other thing that Procreate Dreams has that Procreate Basic has, but the you know what I mean, is so this is flipbook version. Flipbook is what Procreate already is. So Procreate, you would draw this, and then you flip to the next one and draw that, and then flip to the next one and draw that, and flip to the next one and draw that. It's individual frames. It's frame by frame drawing. Procreate Dreams has this, which is called the timeline. So the timeline has the ability for you to do recorded movement. It has the ability to do like smooth transitions between certain things. So like if I wanted to, the really cool thing here is, okay, I've got character fake in here. Character fake and whoa. I've got fake in here. Say I want, like, I have him on this frame, but I want to zoom in on him. Instead of having to move it slightly, next frame, move it slightly, next frame, move it slightly, what I can do is I can hit this little record feature, and then I can zoom, oh wait, I can zoom, and it records my movement. So now, when I go back and play it, it zooms for me. It auto frames each movement, which is like a fucking revolutionary animation tool, in comparison to the shit that Procreate has, which is basic frame by frame flip animation. So in all honesty, the answer for me personally is you can add music and you have cheats, is what it is. Because most people who do frame by frame 2D animation don't need this stuff. If you are learning animation and don't want to deal with having to do like a zoom in a frame by frame 12 FPS animation, which is choppy and hard to do, Procreate does it for you. Procreate Dreams does it for you. You don't have to do the work. Not that it makes it worse or lesser. It just means that it is a lower barrier to entry for animation, which is what Procreate is. People keep losing their minds because they're like, Procreate is a professional drawing software. Why does it not have this? Procreate is a professional drawing software. Why do we not have access to these tools? Procreate is not a professional drawing software at all. It is specifically a low barrier entry, easy to use, beginner friendly art program that is not built or made or designed or meant to be for professionals at all. There may be professionals who use Procreate, and there may be people who make professional art on Procreate, but Procreate is not for professionals. You are not going into any major art studio and finding people making like professional level studio grade work on Procreate, because it just doesn't have all of the tools that it needs for that. But it is super user friendly. It is super low barrier to entry. It is super sleek, very smooth, not scary interface. Versus if you look up, like, let me grab Clip Studio interface. Clip Studio Paint is a professional art program. It is a highly professional art program. But how do I here? This is the interface. This is what it looks like when you're drawing. That is a lot, especially if you're a new artist or you're like very entry level, or you're just trying to learn how to do digital art. This is really intimidating. That's hard. Like, I would be so lost and confused if I didn't know what half of this shit meant. I wouldn't know where to find anything. I wouldn't know how to use anything. Like, it scares people away because it's a professional grade drawing software that looks like a professional grade drawing software. It looks hard to learn, but it's not. It's deceptively easy. It's just scary. So Procreate is specifically built and made to be easy and not scary for anybody to use. You just jump in and fucking Procreate, open up a new thing, and you have almost nothing here to scare you. You guys can't even see it on the way I have my iPad shown. If I move this here, this is the entire interface. I'm going to shrink the screen for you to see it a little bit. This is it. This is the entire interface. You got pencils, you got erasers, you got smudges, you've got colors, and you've got some tools over here that you can grab stuff with, and like a lasso tool. And like, that's it. There's nothing here to scare people off. But it's not a professional drawing program. It's just simply not. That's just not what it is. It is meant to be easy to understand, easy to learn, non-scary, no barrier to entry. That's why it's cheap. And also an app on an iPad. Like, it's just one of those things. Holy shit, Arc. 75 stream. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Ken. Well, thank you for the 75 stream streak. I don't think anyone's catching up to you at this point. I think you've locked your spot. Didn't I promise you if you get to 100 stream streak, I'll give you like a roll on the Discord or something. I'm starting to realize that's becoming more and more likely rapidly. I'll give you like a special like dedicated roll or whatever. If you can prove me a 100 stream streak, I'll give you a specific roll for just dedication. Or maybe I should do like a 365. Like that feels like a lot though. But if you manage an entire year without missing any streams, which 365 streams would actually be longer than a year. Nah, 100 is plenty. If you reach 1,000, I'll just sell you the channel. You can just have it. First person to 1,000 stream streak, you can just have the channel. Have I even done it? I've done 1,000 streams in 3 years. I haven't. That's not even possible. It is possible. How many streams have I done? Is there a way to find that out? Hobbit roll. Is there a way? I so want to know. I want to know if there's a way to find out how many streams you've done. Somebody figure that out for me. Somebody figure out if there's a way on Twitch to find out how many streams you've done. I'm giving somebody a mission. Anyways, why am I in Procreate? I was just admiring it is all I was doing. You would have had to stream every day except for 95 days. I definitely have not done that. I could do math. It's not going to be correct. But like, so I used to stream 4 to 5 days a week. And then I had a period of time where I streamed 1 to 2 days a week. And now I stream average about 3 days a week. So if we say 3 years, there's 52 weeks in a year. And I do maybe 3 streams a week. I'd be approaching 500 streams. That is approximately what I should be approaching, is about 500 streams. It would be 468. You can see total streams and Twitch stats. I don't know where to find that. Somebody's got to find that for me. Find like Google like where to find that Twitch stat. Because I don't think I have it in analytics. Earnings, viewers, discovery, engagement, stream summaries, overview, research. Yeah, I don't know. I can see it in your eyes deep inside. You wanna cry? Ooh, it might be. I wonder if it counts it in achievements. Hold on. You've completed build a community. Wonderful. It counts my hours streamed, but not total streams. It is able to. It is counting my. It counts my hours, but I don't see total streams. I have streamed for a total of 1,455 hours though. So I'm slowly approaching that 2,000 because that's an achievement on Twitch, is 2,000 streamed hours. And then, yeah, and then there's like a thing for like hours watched on your channel. Holy shit. I have 27,000 watched hours on Twitch. How many hours have you streamed? We can roughly estimate a number. So I have averaged. See, that is hard. I can't do averages for that though, because some of my streams are 2 hours. Some of my streams are 8 hours. Nah, like 5 or 6. And I also have subathons where I stream for 24 hours at a time. So like my average is crazy skewed. You know what? I might be able to find it. Hang on. Listen, we're on a task now. Okay, hang on. Me and you, we're on a task. We're going. Hang on. I'm suddenly dedicated to finding out this information, so we'll draw in a second, but hang on. I wonder if I can find it out here. Streams, statistics. That's total watched hours, active days. Oh, active days feels like that's probably my closest, right? Active days. That's gonna be days that I've streamed, right? Yeah. So 488. And I guess that's gonna be, because that's gonna count each day of the subathon as a day, which, so like, I don't know if you count those as multiple streams or one, but theoretically, I have had 488 streams, which is approximately what I guessed. I said the average, if I streamed 3 times a week for the past 3 years, it would average 468, and I have at 488. So I've actually averaged more than 3 streams a week for the past 3 years, which is crazy. That's wild. That's wild. Also, my hours streamed don't 100% line up across these, so I'm not sure if that changes or I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Funky. Not entirely sure, but oh well. Anyways, I was just looking. I was like, I know there's somewhere I could find this. Followers to date, views to date, total games. I've streamed 60 different games. Yeah, okay. I have 4.4k followers, 7,000 views per date. I've played 60 total games. I average 3 hours per stream. I average 56 hours watched. I average 3 days a week. I average 11 followers per stream, 18 views per stream, and 1.2 games per stream. Interesting. That's too many averages. That's too many averages. So, Ark, you will hit 100 streams around the same time I will hit 500 streams. That's crazy. That's some wild goose shit. Anyways, I was just super interested. I felt the need to know. I was curious. So, my curiosity is fulfilled. I feel better. I just really wanted to know. They also, like, I just, like, yeah. Okay, anyways, welcome to my, inability to stay focused at all. I'm telling you, I took my meds today. I'm worse than usual. Give me some coffee. I've been all over the place genuinely recently. Man, he do be snoozing. Back to trying to draw this goddamn pose. I forgot that that's what I was doing. But I've recently been like a very, like, as you guys know, my proclivity for ranting and raving and getting excited and all worked up about like random topics or whatever has really just been like rotting me recently, because I've just been like on rants. Like, I think it was last night. Yeah, last night Emily like went to make dinner and I was like chilling in my room, and like she like swung by because the kitchen is right next to my room, so she swung in, she came and sat in my room while she was making her dinner. It was a 4-minute microwave rice. Tossed the rice in the microwave, came to sit and chat for 4 minutes. We started talking about D&D. It was all over. We sat and talked. She sat down at like maybe 9-ish, 9:30-ish. Came over to my room. We chatted for what I thought was like an hour. I was like, wow, we're really into this. Checked my clock. It was 11 p.m. I was like, that's fine. We can talk for a little longer. And we chatted for what I thought was another like 30 minutes. Like, I thought we spent like maybe another 30 minutes talking about our characters and like the sessions and the like where we want to go with this and like our like what's coming next and how are our characters ending, and I lost my mind and started screaming about being in service to the art of D&D. And then I checked the clock and it was 2 a.m. I was like, I thought it's been 30 minutes. It had been 2 more hours. 4 hours, her rice, she cooked for 4 minutes and sat for 4 hours. It was just, it was it was like 150. Like, it was like 150, wasn't it? Because I'm fairly certain, hang on. I can check. Oh no, okay, it was at 1 a.m. Sorry, it was 1 a.m., which was 2 hours. That's why I was confused. You're right. You are right. It was 1 a.m. But that's still, sorry, 2 hours from 11 is 1 a.m. I don't know how to count. That is, it's just. Ugh. It is really just my brain just took over. Because our DM, love you Reese, wherever you are, mentioned the campaign coming to a close. And we're all like, oh no, that has to happen eventually. Because we've been playing this campaign for 2 years now. Or almost 2 years. It's been about a year and a half, not 2 years. But it still was just like, holy shit, that's like a thing that's gonna have to happen. It was I don't know. It was an interesting talk, and we talked a lot about our characters and where we want to go with them and all that fun stuff. Y'all are such good players. I told my players to think about their characters, and none of them gave me anything. Yeah. So obviously there's gonna be different levels of D&D players, but like even like the other two members in our party, like obviously think about and like and enjoy their characters. But me and Emily we are OC creators. Fayakin is not a D&D character. He's my OC. He is my character. He's mine. I've written over 6,000, almost 7,000 words about him because I just really like him. And he means just a whole lot to me and my brain. Where are our elbows? Just above hip? This arm too big, too long. Too big, too long. But maybe like there. That's just not what arms look like. Because that's still too long, isn't it? Because this is he has a really long torso. My boy's got too much, way too much torso. But this is just how I tend to draw him. I give him too much torso. That's too long. That's too long, isn't it? Is this right? Is that right? Is that an arm? That can't be right. I feel like I'm still giving him too much bicep. I don't know how fucking arms work, man. I don't understand. I haven't gone a day without them corrupting my mindset. Yeah, that's true. My family has finally left their hometown, so yippee, they're doing things. There you go. Yeah, me and Emily we're either your favorite D&D player or your least favorite, because like it takes over our mind and it's all we think about, and we get like deeply invested and take it very seriously, and it means a lot to us. Not in the way like we take it very seriously of like we're like super intense battle, super strong, like we're constantly have this like intensive energy that like it's not like that. It's just that like I don't know. It just means a lot to us. It's important. Like it's just I like D&D. I just like D&D, man. I don't know. That feels right. That's an arm. That's correct for arms. Nipple. Do like that. Okay. We are the weakest characters. We are. That is true. Also, I realized I'm drawing him in his I'm drawing him before he is Paladin of the War God. He is not that strong. He is significantly weaker than that. He does not have bicep in that way. He's a lanky fucking skinny ass dude before he starts swinging around a fucking 7,000-pound sword. I have no idea what I'm doing. Pulling back a bow builds muscle. Yeah, he's not weak, but he doesn't have like the big muscle that he has. He's got very lean muscle early on. I'm gonna take a step away from what I am attempting to do, and I am going to do it from a much more. Okay. We're gonna do this real quick. Okay. We are starting over. Just for now. In the attempt to save my sanity. Okay. We're just gonna do this. And then this is the one. Okay. We are going to chill the fuck out. Chill out. All three of these, all four of these. We are working on a new layer and going to just try to block out what this is supposed to look like. Yes, that would make a man stronger. Does this man have bracers? Does he mess up his forearm on the regular? Because depending on the poundage of that bow, that crap hurts. Yeah, I know. He does have bracers. He has leather bracers on both wrists. He is left-handed, but I imagine he could probably shoot decently with either hand. It's not like impossible to shoot with your other arm. I've shot with both arms. I'm right-handed, so shooting with my left is more awkward, but like I'm capable of doing both. I have shot with both arms. I'm just better with my right hand. I'm realizing I also made Ayla left-handed as their bracer is on their right arm. Bro, I didn't know we were left-handed buddies. That's so dope. The thing is, Fayakin is dual wielder in both of his, like, he's not, I wouldn't say he's true ambidextrous, but he can definitely shoot a bow with both hands because that's not a difficult thing to do. And his sword is two-handed. He dual hands his sword, so he uses both arms. When he's grabbing for his sword or is like immediately working with his sword, or like when he grabs it with one hand or goes to pick it up, it's with his left hand. But then he always has both hands on it when he's truly using it. But like when it relates down to just one thing, it's his left. He's a lefty, which I think I've drawn him wrong several times with it, but I don't remember because I think I drew him wrong in the lightning one. I think, now that I'm thinking about it. No, he's a dual hander. He's always a dual hander. It's constantly in his left, in either both hands, like dual handing. Left hand is the one that got stuck in the portal. Dual handing. He stuck his left hand in there. Ayla also doesn't use a longbow, and also I don't care. So if I really want to switch it, it doesn't matter. Ayla's 12, they aren't using a massive compound bow. That's true. Ayla doesn't use, a longbow or a compound. They use a recurve, don't they? Like just like a basic like recurve bow. Oh, my stomach hurts. Why? Ouch. I used to shoot recurve. I also shot recurve when I shot. I did an archery camp when I was a kid, and my friend was a hunter, so she would take me to the archery range with her. I did recurve for, there was like 2 different ones I could do, and then I tried to be like, I'm gonna try the compound, but it was like an 85 compound, and I couldn't pull it back because I was a 16-year-old girl at the time, and I physically could not draw that bow back. I really tried, but I genuinely couldn't do it. Like I was like, man, I wanna try the recurve, or I wanna try the compound because it's so much stronger, and I couldn't do it because like Kate at the time was teaching me how, not teaching me how, she was the one taking me there with like her family's bows. She's like, the compound is so much easier because like once you pull it back, you don't have to like fight against it. Like you can relax a little bit while you aim, versus like the recurve, the farther back you're pulling it, the harder it's getting. And then when you're at your max strength is when you're trying to aim, and that's a lot harder. I think I did like I want to say a 30 and a 60 were the recurves I had used, or like a 40 and a 60. Like they weren't little, but they were like, they weren't crazy. When I did like the camp, I did like a 25-pound bow because it was middle school, but those were also like, we were shooting at hay bales. I don't know. I'm a huge fan of archery. I think it's a really, really fun thing to do. I have not done it since high school, so like I don't think I have any skills in it anymore, and I was never like particularly great at it. I was just capable of it. But I think archery really is quite fun, and it is quite a beautiful talent, quite a pretty skill. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just chatting at this point. I forget I'm streaming. That's my job. I'm supposed to be doing that. Okay. I'm gonna try to go work backwards. I want Fayakin. Bow drawn back. Facing God knows where. Going to my first punk show in a few weeks, wish me luck. Hopefully I don't lose any teeth. I promise you, punk shows aren't going to be the place that you lose your teeth, unless you like make some stupid mistake or whatever. Like a metal show, you might get knocked around a little bit, but a punk show, you're not going to lose any teeth. Like the only reason I got my tooth chipped is because I accidentally knocked my face into somebody's bracelet. Like it was a really unfortunate circumstance. But punk shows usually are a little less, like, depending on what type of punk you're saying, like true punk shows versus like punk rock is a little different. But like true punk shows, like genuine, like casual punk is usually not, you don't usually mosh. You do a lot of circle pitting and dancing and shit, but you don't usually mosh at punk shows. Punk rock, as you start leaning into that, definitely gets into moshing. Depends on the type of music and the type of crowd and the age range and all that. The older the crowd, the more likely you are. Well, I wouldn't even say that. I would actually say the older the crowd, unless you're in metal, the less likely you are to mosh. But also, if you pass like a certain age range, then if you are like in a crowd of like mostly like 13 to 14-year-olds, you're not gonna mosh. It's like the 20-year-olds that want to mosh. More of a I don't know, you got blurred for saying folk. It's more of a folk punk. Yeah, you should be totally fine. Yeah, secondhand high, that may be something to keep an eye on. And also watch for the alcohol, because one of my first punk shows I went to, I had like almost an entire can of beer spilt down my back, and it was so awful. I was so sticky. I was unfortunately just so sticky for such a long period of time. Fuck, okay, I have to use my brain again about exactly how his arms work. His left arm pulls back the bow. So he has to shoot that way. He is shooting that way. He shoots that way. So I'm gonna do... His arm His arm goes here. Because this is where the bow is. And then, you know what I mean? And this is where your face is. I'm just gonna try and mark out exactly how heads and faces and arms and shit work. This head needs to be higher. I'm also gonna make my pencil bigger. I need to do really general brush strokes. This is a hand. This is an arm. Okay. Neck. Neck. Hand is gonna be here. Like that. I want to die with all my scars. If they don't like the way we are, then fuck them. And I stayed up, chain smoking in the kitchen till you got home and the curtains are on fire. Fuck, I'm sorry if you're all alone. If the TV's blasting shadows on their face. Reaching back to the apartment, it was such a lonely place. I placed my head between my knees and think, do you ever have nights like these? So separated from my sense of self and the shit you keep up on your bookshelf. I'm giving this man honkers. I don't mean to, but this is just, I'm just trying to like... Okay, that's also not the center of his fucking... Like this. Like that. And then like, this is like how, and then this is unfortunately now a griffin. So drawing him is a nightmare every once in a while. It's just like, oh, yep, sorry, I gotta draw a fucking lion bird. Okay. I love folk punk, bro, me too. Now that other arm is this arm is comedically little. The whole thing is just comedically little. I need to expand arm. So like arm, head, right? Like that, arm, right? Does that look accurate? And then like bow needs to be like really curved because then bump 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 bump. Does that look accurate? And then the arrow sits right here. This is where the arrow sits, and then you know what I mean. All right. That looks mostly correct. Okay. Then obviously, like, I'll draw his bracers and shit on eventually. I've just realized I have him with a corset bracer, and that can't be accurate. Unless the corset's on the back of his arm. I almost put a bullet in my brain trying to do that Faken Ayla hug pose. Honestly, Faken is a fucking nightmare, and I'm sorry I designed him like this, and I understand why nobody wants to do art of my D&D character except for me, because he's a fucking nightmare to draw. Because he's a fucking griffin. I can't blame anybody. He's a fucking nightmare. Okay. Okay. That looks good. He was actually on my draw list for Verified, but I didn't have time. I understand. I'll draw him. Rotten, I would kill to see Faken in your style, because you've got such an edible style. I know the whole Discord has chatted about how simply edible your art is, but it's quite edible. It's quite edible. Distinctly. It's yummy shit, man. Your name may be rotten, but your shit is divine. What flavor? Like if you bit like if you took a fruit, like have you had watermelon Sour Patch gummies? The Sour Patch gummies, but they're specifically the watermelon ones. That's what your art tastes like. It tastes like Sour Patch watermelon. That's what it is. Maybe like a fistful of those on a hot summer day in a car. That's what my brain thinks of. I fucking love those things, man. I think it tastes more of like an orange cream. See, I can't say that because I fucking hate orange creamsicle. I hate orange cream, like dreamsicle, creamsicle, whatever. I totally understand why other people like it, but I cannot stand that flavor. And I also I visibly understand what you mean when you say Rotten's art tastes like orange creamsicle, because yes, it does, but I can't compare it to that because I think that tastes bad, but I know that if I liked that flavor, it would taste like that. But I don't like that flavor, so I can't say it tastes like that because I like that art. You know? Bum bum bum, no one came to see. I have no clue what the fuck orange cream is. It's I don't know. Orange cream is like, well, orange cream is there's orange cream soda. Like there's like a soda for that, but orange creamsicle is like an ice cream flavor usually, and like other things. What flavor is it really? What is orange cream? It's orange juice concentrated, and it's vanilla and orange juice. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, it's vanilla and orange juice. I don't like it, but lots of people do. Also, it's a strand of weed. Or not weed. It's a strand of something. Maybe it's weed. No, it's not. It's a plant that people smoke. I don't think it's a strand of weed. It's something else. I don't remember. I don't know. It's a drug. Somewhere. And a cocktail. It's weed. Wait, you can get high off of it? Fuck yeah, there you go. We're all gonna get high off of orange creamsicle. Oh, my back, bro. Woo! Okay, alright. That is our base pose. Now, do it again, but unstretch that bowstring. Orange weedsicle. Don't come in here with orange weedsicle. I don't want orange weedsicle. Tyrio's like, let me show back up to stream. Orange weedsicle, and then leaves. I need to draw with like just like big confident strokes more often, because every once in a while it like looks okay, but like I'm not usually very good at it. Like I struggle to make it look good, but when I do, everything just suddenly falls into place. You. Okay. Okay. And now I have to... We're focused. We're here. Because we're like turned this way. Right? We're turned away from that. So we're like slightly that way. Like that. And now we're gonna untwist. Oh, my whole torso is gonna have to twist a little bit. Okay. I'm sorry, I have to like use my brain right now. Okay. Because we're actually going to see some of his back. Because the arm needs to actually come from like here. Because it doesn't need to be 100% taunt. Oh, tablet dying. Tablet dying. Chat, you wanna know what I did today that I didn't expect to do today? I read a chapter, not chapter, I read a chunk of a chapter of the Bible. I say as Slim Shady comes on. I did not do weed today. That was not on the list of things I did today. I read a chunk of the Bible specifically because we were talking about something. Sorry, I mute to blow my nose because I think it's weird. So, first off, I have two things to say. One, I did not do weed, and I don't think... There's a chance it'll change. But I've never done weed, and I don't think I ever will. Here is my defense. One, I don't want to. I kind of want to, but I don't want to. And specifically... I have problems. I have a very addictive personality type. My family is prone to addiction, and I have mental issues. So I'm afraid that if I ever tried weed and I liked it, if I got high and I liked how it felt more than I liked the feeling of not being high, you would never see me sober again. That's the thing. I'm not starting, because I may never stop. So, I have enough things wrong with me, I ain't adding that. But I have met enough people who have very similar mental issues to myself. My cousin, some of my best friends from high school, so on and so forth, who were very much like me as we were growing up, tried weed, and I haven't seen them sober since. Because they would rather be high than anything else in their life. I'm not starting that. I'm not doing it. I don't want to. If you smoke weed, I don't give a fuck. I am not anti-weed at all. If you are in a place where it's legal, for legal reasons, that's a joke. Do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. I do not care. I have a lot of friends who smoke in all legal places and nowhere else. So like it's one of those things that like it's not like I'm ever judging anybody for. I don't care. I just can't do that. Can't play that game. So that's my answer to did you do weed today? And the answer was no, and also here's my explanation. But squeezing, it's the season, just go it's so appeasing. I would love to sing this song on stream, but I shouldn't even be playing this song on stream, but luckily it doesn't get saved in the VODs, because this song is vile. This song is vile. Anyways. I don't know how to draw today, boys. I fear the art has left the building. I don't know how to draw today. But anyways, ouch. I can hardly hear it anyways. Perfect, that's for me. I love joking about doing drugs, but I don't think I would ever want to touch a drug in my life. That is so valid. And I know I'm about to sound so cringe and so whatever. Like, I don't know what you want to call me or how this is going to come across or whatever, but like to summon the Dare Act of 2001 where we dared kids to resist against drugs, unironically, as much as it's cool in the popular world right now on TikTok and on social media and everywhere and all the time in high school and middle school and everything or whatever, I don't Slim Shady again. I don't know why it's cool right now. My generation, like, and I say my generation in a very, very, very specific niche of like 3 to 4 year gap. The people who had Dare really strongly in school. I was a part of the like 5 years where Dare was really, really intense in schools. So we got a lot of the like Dare did not use drugs, like you know, all of that, like a bunch of like taught about like how bad drugs are. And my generation was almost the generation that ended nicotine abuse before vaping started. My generation had the lowest rates of smoking out of any generation before us because it's just gross. And when I was growing up, you got made fun of if you did that shit. Smoking was not cool or hot or sexy or interesting or fun. It was literally disgusting and really cringe if you like actually smoked. Like, you smoke cigarettes? Like, that's disgusting. What are you, 70? Like, it was actively made fun of because it's gross. And I stopped putting nail marks in my fucking chairs. I firmly stand by, I think cigarettes are fucking gross. It's nasty. I think vaping is fucking gross. I'm putting my foot firmly down on this stance, and anybody can say anything they want about it or whatever. If you're addicted to a vape, that's so cringe. That is unbelievably cringy that you carry your little metal pacifier everywhere you go. Get a handle on it. It's not hot, it's not sexy, it's not funny, or not original. Get rid of it. You are just as bad as people carrying around a pack of cigarettes. Everybody's sick of the smoke. I don't know why vapes became such a big fucking thing. My mom vaped. My mother. It's hello, cat. Apollo, what do you have to say about drugs? What do you have to say about drugs, sir? I couldn't agree more. Ugh. All right. You do you, but people ignore the actual negative side effects of things now? Yeah. He's so sorry. Next president, genuinely. Do you want to go, bud? Go ahead. Or stay. All right. Whatever. People say vaping won't hurt you as much as cigarettes. Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. We have proven several times that that's not true, and that it can actually be significantly worse for you, actually. Especially because we promoted that it's not bad for you, so people do it 100 times more than they do smoking. People think it's okay to bring vapes places where it would never be okay to smoke. You would not pull a cigarette out in the movie theater, but people are sucking on their fucking tin can pacifiers. And if you're hearing this right now, and you're a big fan of me, and you come to all my streams, and you're feeling really attacked, and you're like this, you're being really mean about it, and like, you know, you don't have to be an asshole, you don't have to make fun of people for addictions or whatever, and so on and so forth. I get it, totally get it. And especially if it is like, you started smoking or whatever, and now you're stuck vaping, and it's an addiction, and you're really struggling with it. Totally understand. Seek help for your addiction, like you would if you were addicted to crack cocaine. Seek help. Unironically. Like, I don't want you to be offended and hurt by this, but also, it's gross. And I don't know why everybody thinks it's suddenly okay and cool and sexy. Normalized drugs are still drugs. Alcohol is a drug. A huge problematic drug. Do you want out? Okay, you do this time. And weed is a drug. Weed is a drug. And oh, it doesn't have addictive properties. You can't get addicted to weed. You can become addicted to weed. No, you cannot be physically dependent on it. That doesn't mean you can't be emotionally or psychologically dependent on it. That's an addiction. I don't know why people genuinely think that you cannot be addicted to weed. You can. Anything can become an addiction if it causes cycles of, like, you need dopamine, you do the thing, you receive dopamine. That's an addiction cycle. That's how you get shopping addicts. That's how you get self-harm addicts. You can't physically be addicted to an item that you're not consuming. You can't be physically addicted to fucking JCPenney's. But you can be psychologically and emotionally addicted. And you will be. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's wild. I've been offered more than one time by trusted friends to hit a vape or smoke weed in the school bathroom. I just get really weird vibes from those kids now. Yeah. And I'm not going to say to never do weed. Do weed. I'm not going to say to never smoke weed. Like, unironically, if you want to smoke with your friends and get high every once in a while because it's fun, that is so okay. Like, that is super, super, super okay. It is a recreational drug. You know what I mean? Like, it's something that a lot of people, like, use at parties. It helps them calm down. It helps them enjoy themselves. Same thing with alcohol. That's fine. Go have fun. Go be happy. Go enjoy stuff. That's literally fine. If it calms your anxiety, that's okay. I get it. If it helps your pain management, I totally get it. Like, there are plenty of reasons to smoke weed. But if you're the person who is constantly high and constantly offering it to the people around you, reevaluate where you are in life. Do you still want to be addicted to weed when you're 30? It's cool when you're 17. It's not when you're 30. Why did this stream become an anti-drug talk? Ugh. I have to move his other arm. That's not how that works. Your draw arm always has to be above. You can't put your draw arm below your... I have to draw his other arm again. How do we get from the Bible to smoking is a key? Oh yeah, I forgot. I was telling you guys that I read the Bible today. I was reading a chapter of the Bible today, Hosanna specifically. Here's a quick crash course on anybody who has no idea how the Bible is set up or has never read the Bible, so it makes sense when I'm talking. The Bible is cut into two halves. It's the New Testament and the Old Testament. And then each of those has chapters that are based on the name of a dude or the name of a person or a name of something or whatever. That's where you get like Leviticus, Hosea, Ezekiel, David, whatever. The names of those are the books. Okay. So there's New Testament and Old Testament, and there's books within it, with names. And then each of those have chapters within the books. So like, Ezekiel 1, Leviticus 7, like those like chapters. And then there are stanzas, so like little like 1 to 2 line phrases that are labeled within the chapter. So if you get like Ezekiel 1:7, so it's find the book of Ezekiel, chapter 1, stanza 7, and you'll like that's how the Bible is like organized. It makes it easy to find things, but it's very strange. But I was reading the chapter of Hosanna, the book of Hosanna, because Emily did a tattoo today for Hosanna 3:1, which was like so that's stanza 1 of chapter 3 of book Hosanna, or Hosea, sorry. I'm saying Hosanna isn't the prayer. Hosea. And it's, I tried to read just like phrase 3:1. Yeah, let me pull this up so you can get like Hosea 3:1. So you can get what I got to be like, okay, without any context, have absolutely no context for this, okay? Because I'm reading you chapter 3 of a book, so you have no context for anything that came before or came after. But somebody got a tattoo for Hosanna 3:1, right? Or Hosea 3:1, And here's what the entire that thing says. It says, Lord said to me, go show love to your wife again, though she is loved by another man and is an adulteress. Love her as the Lord loves the Israelites, though they turn to other gods and love the sacred raisin cakes. First of all, sacred raisin cakes? Sacred raisin cakes. Who was talking about sacred raisin cakes? Anyways, it's like, okay, so you're telling a man to love his wife, which is great, even though she's loved by other men and also has cheated on you. But you should love her anyways because the Lord loves the Israelites, even though they also turn against him. It's like, oh, that feels good. That feels okay. You know, love your wife even if she has cheated on you because God loves you even if you cheat on God. Weird. But like, can I get some context? The context is fucking insane. So I decided to back up and read Hosea, like the whole chapters 1 and 2 leading up to 3, so I could figure out why did we get to the point where this lady has cheated on her husband and now the Lord is telling him, well, you should love her anyways. God set all of it up, just like he always does. It's a game. It's a big fucking analogy bullshit game every time. Do you know what he did? He took a man and said, here's this prostitute. You have to go marry this prostitute because I said so. Because like the man is God. In this metaphor, man is God. You have to go marry that prostitute. The prostitute is the whole country of Israel. And then she's going to go out and cheat on you with a bunch of men and get pregnant a bunch of times. And I'm going to name her kids just the worst things. You give birth to a daughter, that daughter's name is You Are Not Loved. Literally, the name of the daughter translates to not loved. And then she's like, oh, and you have a son? You know what that son is going to be called? You Are Not My People. They named the son the name that means You Are Not My People. God's just playing a big game of Sims right now. So he's like, okay, man, who's me, you're going to marry this prostitute who is Israel. And she's going to go cheat on you, have a bunch of kids. Those are the people of Israel, okay? And then because she's cheating on you, you're not going to give her anything. So she's going to suffer. And she's going to starve. And we're going to take everything away from her. And she's going to come crawling back to you. Because she goes to all of the other men who gave her children. But they won't help her. Because they're horrible men. Because they cheated on a prostitute or whatever. And then she's going to come crawling back to you. And she has nothing. And you'll take her back. And you'll love her anyways. Because she has no choice to go anywhere else. And she will call you husband. Because what other choice does she have? And it's just crazy. Because then he literally breaks it down in plain words that is how I shall be. Is that I will take all from Israel, for they will worship all of their false gods, and I will take everything from them. I will leave them in drought. I will leave them in famine. I will leave them sick and aching and horrible and in pain, and they will have nothing, and they will crawl to their false gods and beg for anything, and they will be ignored. And eventually they will crawl back to me, and I'll provide to them like I always have, and then they'll call me God. What? Huh? Brother, what? Brother, ugh. Fucking insane. The Bible's crazy. Anyways, welcome to the new episode of Xander Teaches You the Bible. I love talking about this shit. I love theology. That shit drives me so cool. Should I draw him with the bow or sword? Personally, if you could draw him with the sword, I am preferential. I can send you the reference if you need it or whatever. This is his character reference. This is his sword. The only rule is if you draw him with the bow, you have to draw him with long hair. If you draw him with the sword, he has to have the short hair and the scar. Because this cutting off his hair and getting the scar on his chest happened the day he got the sword. So they're connected. It's either long hair, no scar, bow, or short hair, scar, sword. That's like the only rules about Fayakin. Everything else is up to interpretation. Go crazy. And they're teaching this to children, yeah. Man, one of these days, I should do like a series like that. Like, Xander reads a Bible verse and freaks out about it because he can. I've read the Bible before, but it was when I was a kid and I didn't really understand it well. I was like 15. I was like 14. So I didn't understand it very well, and I remember very little. I read it specifically so I could argue the priest in my church about certain chapters that I didn't like. Specifically, we argued about like Leviticus and like Old Testament shit. But I love theology. I love religion. I like researching it. Would you guys be down if I started making like having like religious talks, not of like I'm trying to like preach, but specifically like knowledge-based theology talks where I'm like talking about different religions and like the things that they believe in, whatever, because that would be fun for me. It would be straight down, or it'd be here. Okay, I'll do like... Sure, so I can tell my parents I'm actually going to church still! Genuinely. I unironically, this is like a goofy thought or whatever, but so like I was raised in a Catholic household. I was not Catholic in the fact that I didn't believe in it, but I was raised in a Catholic household, so I was forced to go to church as many Catholics are, as most Catholic kids are. And I have like so many like strange memories or whatever, and like this dislike for the Catholic Church, but enjoyment for the religion, not specifically the Catholic religion, but the feeling of religion, which is a really weird thing to explain. The only reason I'm allowing myself to go on a little rant like this is because it's a Tuesday and I feel like we don't have our usual audience. I feel like it's pretty quiet today. So I'm allowing myself to do the controversial like conversations that I think are fun. I like talking about this stuff. I don't know. Maybe other people don't want to hear about this shit, but like Xander's having a good time, so fuck you guys, whatever. I'm here to have a good time. I'm here for a good time. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. I don't know. But like I always had this like really strange like sense of like I didn't like a lot of what they were teaching. You know, I didn't like a lot of the teachings that they were trying to like be like, this is what we believe, this is what we have to do. Every once in a while they would teach something that I was like, oh yeah, I like that. That's good. I like that teaching. That's a good thing to do. And then they would teach something else that I'd be like, I take it back. That's no, bad, not good. So it was definitely like, it was touch and go every once in a while of like, oh, maybe that's a good teaching. Never mind. Depending on like what it was. But I loved the feeling of the religion. Like it just was a good feeling. The thumb goes over the hands. Because I liked all the people like gathering together. I thought that was cool. I thought it was fun that like everybody got to be like a part of it, and like I liked the singing, and I liked the music, and I liked the way that people looked when they prayed, because they looked so like, I don't know, it's cringe to say at peace, but like genuinely, like the only time my mom didn't look like she was like on the verge of like blowing a gasket was when she was praying at church. She just like looked like calm. I don't know. Being a cat of council is pretty weird. I don't like it, especially because transphobic parents. I don't know what it's with Catholics and being homophobic. Yeah. What is cat of council? So cat of council. Cat of council. I don't know what that was supposed to say. I'm not entirely sure. Morning, Tech. Eating a cookie for breakfast, highly recommend. Good choice. I'm talking about religion just because I think religion is fun, and I wanted to chatter about it because I think it's interesting. And also, like, I was chatting about the fact that I was reading the Bible for fun today to make fun of this crazy fucking absolutely insane verse. But you said it's so real, I relate completely. Catholic. My text to speech is weird. Got it. Catholic. Cat of council. From Catholic to cat of council. Yeah. Being Catholic is really an experience. I've been to a lot of churches in my time. I've gone to Catholic churches. I've gone to Christian non-denominational churches, Lutheran churches, Baptist churches, Disciples of Christ. Trying to think what other ones I've been to. That might be the only ones I've been to. The singing was always my favorite part, and I got so pissed because they only let guys in the choir. Aw, that's so upsetting. That's wild that they only let guys in. That's crazy. I did not ever do like any like true participation in that way. Like I didn't participate like in like the I never participated in mass. A lot of my family did. My mom and my grandma did readings. My grandma and my aunt were both choir singers, like real choir sing. My aunt and my grandma were the two that like when you went to church with them and they weren't in the choir that weekend, they were like the embarrassing ones to stand by because everybody else is like quietly like Hosanna, Hosanna, and they're like and I'm like, please, 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 you are not up there with the choir right now. Sing with the rest of us. And no, they're like, come and eat. I'm like, grandma, please. And there's nothing you could do about it. But some of those Catholic songs bopped. Feast of Plenty, I loved that song. There's a couple of them I really liked. I can't even remember most of them, but there were some banger ass songs. I always got upset because I wanted to play like Mary or some shit in the Christmas play, but I was made to play like Mary or some shit in the Christmas play, but I wanted to play Joseph and they wouldn't let me and I didn't know why. I was never in a recreation of any of the Christmas plays. I was never a part of them. I hated the idea of them, so I never did them. Welcome, Voracious. We're talking religion and drawing Fayakin. We're just chatting about the religious life. Yeah, I never did the like having to do like the Christmas plays. I did, I'm trying to think of what I did have to do. Have you ever been in a synagogue? I've not. I've never, well, okay. This is gonna sound goofy. I have never attended a, I'm guessing they don't call it mass. I've never attended a synagogue when in worship. I'm not sure what the proper word is actually. I have been in a synagogue. Like I've walked around a synagogue for 2 different events, and then also I used to deliver pizza to the synagogue in our town pretty often. But I've never seen a synagogue in worship. I've never had anybody I've known who did, and so like I've never had like an invite to one. I have a tendency not to try, usually to not enter a church without somebody who is familiar with that church who can take me. Like, so like to like, I don't know what the proper, like I don't know how to like say it like in a way that makes sense, but like I like to have somebody who is from that religion and is familiar with the church to invite me in to see a worship rather than just like walking in and being like, I just want to see, because I don't want to ever feel like I'm using somebody else's worship as like my little personal zoo to like gaggle at them or whatever. The mass equivalent is, no joke, really fun. The rabbis are meant to crack jokes throughout. Yeah. I never want to feel like I'm taking a very intimate moment between you and your God and using it to just like stare. I genuinely want to learn, but I feel the need to be invited. So I've had Baptist friends who have invited me to their churches, Lutheran friends who have invited me to their churches. The only ones I've been super comfortable walking in on my own were the followers of Christ, which are the non-denominational. They follow the teachings of Jesus in the New Testament, but do not follow the Old Testament or any of the practices of classic mass. They just hold like lectures, essentially, like lecture seminars on how to live in the footsteps of Christ It was a really, really, really interesting church. It was my favorite church I've been to, was the non-denominational Followers of Christ. That one was so much fun. They had a really good grasp on how to teach and how to speak to connect to everybody, no matter where you were on the faith scale, on the age range. Like they made some really amazing connections there. I went there for a couple years. I've never been to a Mormon church. I would be interested in seeing what it's like for sure. I don't know if I have anybody who is in a position in which I could come to a Mormon church. Because I wouldn't want to go without somebody welcoming me in. But it's an interesting one. I love seeing theology in action. Like I just love like seeing how different people worship and connect with their gods. Went to mass in New York one time and they let people walk through during mass. It was really weird to me. That's crazy. Did not like when I went to the Mormon church, just felt very judged. Yeah, and some places, the Baptist church, I felt way more judged than, say, the Lutheran church. The Lutheran church had a huge emphasis on music. Like they had an amazing bell choir. There was a lot of really interesting, yeah. I think one of the things I really liked was the, what church was that? It was the second Lutheran church I went to. There was I've been to a couple Roman Catholic churches. I've been to a couple Protestant churches, a couple Baptist, a couple Lutheran, so on and so forth. I've only been to one Baptist, but I've been to two different Lutheran churches. One was the one with the amazing bell choir, and the one that I went to with my grandmother was also a Lutheran church. And they were so nice. If you're Catholic or you like, I guess Lutheran, maybe Baptist as well, there's a point in the mass where everybody will stand up and you are meant to, there's usually two. You do one in the morning where everybody welcomes in and he says like, welcome, greet your neighbor. And so you'll literally turn to everybody around you and shake hands and be like, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, to the person next to you on both sides, in front of you and their diagonals, behind you and their diagonals. So the good mornings, yes, and then the peace be with yous. Those are two different ones in my church. It might have been different elsewhere, but we did two different ones. You said good morning to everybody around you when you first came in, sat down, and so on and so forth. And then after Eucharist? I think it was after Eucharist that you would stand up again and you would stand up and shake hands with everybody and do the peace be with you. And in my family, you would do peace be with you to the person to the left, right, forward in their diagonals, backward in their diagonals. So there's three people ahead of you, three people behind you, the people on either side of you. And then you would lean down and to everybody else in the aisle, you'd go, peace be with you, peace be with you, to everybody that you could see, just to everybody, all of them. It was it's supposed to be like, connect with the community and whatever. I love talking about this while Chapel Roan is playing. And it was the Lutheran church that I went to during the peace be with you ceremony. It's not really ceremony. The practice, whatever, the point where you get up and say peace be with you. The whole place exploded. Everybody was up. And it was like they were like going down each other's rows. They were walking across aisles. They were gathering in groups. People were just grabbing each other and hugging them and like peace be with you, peace be with you. It wasn't just like a handshake. They were hugging. They were like rubbing each other. Like everybody was touching They played like a full song where everybody got the chance to go around and hug everybody else in the whole place to give peace to it was really intensive. I was like, this is different. It's fun, but it's different. It's very interesting. I'm personally very used to, at the Catholic Church, I went to the bread and the wine, which is the Eucharist, when you eat the bread and drink the wine, which is eating the body and the blood of Christ in their ritual. I'm used to the wafers, so the individual circle wafers, you would go up to the priest, and there's very specific rules, which is so weird. How you hold your hands when you approach the priest tells him if he's allowed to give you the Eucharist or not. So if you walk up like this, or like this, like down at your waist, those three things mean I am able to receive Eucharist. So like, you know, this turns into this. This is only recommended for the youngest kids. And normally kids who are doing this may mean that they're not able to receive it, especially if they're too young. Because this is really hard to take your hands apart to receive. So these are usually reserved for the youngest kids. Otherwise, you normally keep your hands like this at your waist. So when you approach the Father, you just turn your hands over and receive. So it's easy. Otherwise, you can be here and then you can receive. But here is not recommended for the adults. Because it just obviously is the most difficult. But if you approach the Father in this position, or if you approach in any of those other positions and change to this when you approach him, he knows that either you are not able to receive Eucharist, unable to, like specifically this time, you don't receive it for personal choices, or you haven't done your first Eucharist yet, so you can't have it. In which case, they do the thumb on the forehead or whatever. Yeah, no Eucharist is usually blessing, thrown hands or hands down is receiving. Yeah, and we did these as well. For the youngest kids, like the really little ones, they would do this instead of doing this. Yeah, our church it was like super specific. It's so crazy. But like you had like all the little rules about like it was just known. So like when I denied my confirmation when I turned 18, I still went to like, you know, church with my mom. But as I was no longer a practicing member of the Catholic faith, I chose to no longer receive Eucharist because it felt like something I was no longer meant to do. So I, as a full adult, would walk up with my hands down and approach the Father and cross my arms. And he would know, you can't take this. And I totally, like, it was really interesting. But I was used to the individual silver dollar size, like little wafers that were like this, that you would put in your mouth. And then we had a shared wine that you would come up, you would receive the cup, you would drink from it and hand it back, and they would wipe the edge and hand it to the next person. Like it was a shared cup. The Lutheran church I went to, they were all individualized. They handed out a wafer as you went, and then as you walked up, there were literal shot glasses of wine that you would take your cup, take it, and then place it down upside down in these like giant silver trays. In the Disciples of Christ non-denominational church, they were to-go packets. They would walk down the aisles with buckets, and they would hand out. They would pass. They would be given a handful from the bucket, and you would pass it down your row. And they were literal. They looked like yogurt cups, where you would peel the top off, and there's your cracker, and you take your cracker, and then you would puncture the top and drink the wine. Like it was literally like a go-go squeeze Eucharist to go. It was crazy. Like it was so funny to me. But the Baptist church I went to was full original. You had the wine goblet that you drank from, and it was communal. And they also had a communal loaf of bread that when you walked up to the Father, he actually ripped a piece off and handed it to you. And it was an actual loaf of bread. It was really cool. It's so cool to see how different religions, even within the same religion, practice differently. I love theology. It's something I don't talk about a whole lot. I genuinely, this is like one of those things that like, I don't mean to be so like, not secretive about it, but like, I'm normally one of those people that was like, you know, I'll find somebody, there's people everywhere who are interested in different things I talk about or whatever. And like, maybe this person doesn't want to talk about this thing, but you know, somebody will find it interesting. I'm not usually self-conscious about things, but I am really self-conscious about ever talking about religion because it is so negatively received by a lot of people. And like, obviously it's positively received by a lot of people, but specifically in the types of friend groups that I run in and like the types of communities that I run in where religious trauma is unfortunately really common and kind of runs a little rampant. Yeah, I'm very used to having groups of friends who are not comfortable talking about or showing interest in theology or religion because it's only ever been a bad experience for them and can either be triggering or traumatizing, or they don't have the healed mind space to talk about it in like a interest, knowledge base, like theory, like place of like interest and intrigue, and like not like a place of like guilt and anger. Like some people, like they don't want to talk about it because they're like, no, I fucking hate that religion. It's like, oh, like I understand for whatever reason it is, but like I don't have the same levels of religious trauma and or whatever I have moved past. So like I just like talking about it from like a genuine, just a place of interest. But like I'm very self-conscious about talking about it because I don't want people to think that like I support organized religion and encourage people to be, you know, yeah, like you got to be Catholic or whatever. Like I don't care. I couldn't care less what people are. Nothing like wine at 9 in the morning. Yeah. Mormon sacrament for me was so funny because I, as a non-member at the time, was so focused on the logistics and making sure it ran smoothly that I didn't even care about the symbology of it. Yeah. Honestly, I just liked the music. The Eucharist music at Catholic churches is always the best music of the day. Every day they save their fucking bangers for Eucharist and the closing song as we're leaving. Bangers every time. I can't remember the taste and see the rhythm of your God, like something like that was good. And then I cannot remember how Table of Plenty goes, but that was one of my favorites. I'm trying to remember like the come to the feast of plenty. Here at the feast of plenty. Like I don't remember it, but they're like I have these like memories of like banger ass songs. I don't know. I went to church where they had a live fucking band. It wasn't like, oh, it's a choir. No, it's just a full band where my uncle was preaching. They were just playing it like rock music too. It was insane. That is what the non-denominational Disciples of Christ, that church that I went to, they have a full Christian rock band that play like genuine rock music. They play like Seether and like fucking 3 Days Grace and like fucking like they play like real music, like genuine good rock music. That's why that is the only church, physical church I have been to in the past 7, 8 years. 8 years, maybe? No, 7 years, something like that. Almost a decade, but not quite. I was back in my hometown and I just needed to go to church, not because I needed to be religious or because I wanted to pray, but because I wanted free coffee, good music, and just to be around people because I was just lonely. So I went to church and I got a good free coffee, good free music, and got to sit around a bunch of people for a while. No, why he glasses. Yeah, he does have glasses. You don't have to draw them. He is Faikin is farsighted. So far away stuff he can see really, really well, but he can't see anything close to him, and he didn't know that because he's a ranger. Like, I love glasses. Okay, good. So when he was a ranger, he would never wear his glasses because like if he had, I literally had it in the campaign that there was a pair of glasses on the table. This is how the glasses came about. Faikin did not originally have glasses, but I went into a room. There were a pair of glasses on the table, and I was like, "No, that's nearsighted. Is it?" I think. No. He can see far, so he's farsighted. Maybe. I may be stupid. I may be wrong about that. But I saw the glasses. I was like, "Can I pick them up?" And the DM was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Hey, can I put them on?" So I put them on, and she's like, roll for me. And so I rolled my die, and I don't even remember what I got, but she's like, everything in the room suddenly gets crystal clear. And I was like, what? She's like, you have not been able to see. You had no idea. And I was like, what? So I like put them on, and suddenly I can see, and I like took them off and everything's blurry, and I put them on and I can see, and I was like, my character needs glasses. And turns out I'm like super not being able to see far off is nearsighted. Yeah. So he's super farsighted because he's a ranger. He would hit his targets far away perfectly. And so it got implemented into the game that if I had my glasses on, I had to roll disadvantage for long distance shots, and I had advantage close up. And if I took my glasses off, I could roll normally for my long distance shots, but I was at disadvantage anything close range. Like, so if I had my glasses on and tried to shoot a far away shot, I had disadvantage because my glasses were blurring my distance vision. It was like such a goofy thing or whatever. And so I almost never had him wear them as a ranger. And then when I gave up being a ranger and took up being a fucking paladin, I was like, I gotta keep my glasses on now. He is my only character with glasses. I love my boy very much. Does that mean Vacan is constantly wearing glasses? I don't think he wears them like constantly, but he probably wears them pretty often nowadays. He's probably adjusting to them. I would say it's not like 100% of the time, but I'd say he's pretty often wearing glasses nowadays. I tend to draw him with them now, don't I? Oops. Yeah, like I have his character sheet with them. Yeah, I've got him in the fight he's got him on. Did I draw them in this one? I did not. I did not draw them in this one. So. But yeah, he wears them more often now than before. I'm gonna shower. But hit me up after stream if you want to talk about Mormonism. Alright, dope. If in a fight and I take off your glasses, then disadvantage. I don't think it applies anymore, but we did it specifically for the bow. But, I mean, maybe? It would suck if that's true. That worked pretty well. I drew this one a lot messier, but I didn't realize I was going to draw the other one so clean, but that actually works. That looks really good. I'll have to obviously do this one cleaner. This one looks fine. That's cool. Okay, good progress. Pretty good progress. I don't think Reese even remembers. Yeah, probably not. D&D My Beloved? Yeah. Alright, so now I have to do one more down. Okay. Because now I want it just fully at his side. We're going from here to... Because I don't know if I want him, like, with it, like, ready in front of him. And then... Because then I would be, like, half drawn, and I don't have it half drawn. I may need to adjust that, actually. I think I do. Let's adjust. Let's do some minor adjustments. Because I think it would look better if he was, like, half drawn by the time we're here. But so we need to... hang on. Ooh. Okay. That actually doesn't help at all. That doesn't matter. Okay. So I'm gonna do like the bow, the string at like this point. So okay, hang on. Let's do what did I say? One of my players wants to smooch an NPC, but she keeps rushing it, and I'm like, no, please. You can't rush something good. Okay. So for this position, even from here, the bicep curves, the forearm stays pretty straight. You just get like a bean of a bicep. So if I'm like pulling up like this, it's just that the each come a little bit shorter. Okay. Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out how the fuck anatomy works, to be honest. Okay. We'll do like here. God, I hate when this program stutters. We'll do like here. See, that's still gonna be too long. The other thing about Procreate Dreams is it doesn't run super smooth, to be entirely honest with you. It's a pretty stuttery program. This is the hand. I guess the hand's gonna have to do one of these. Something like that. Something like that. That kind of works. It's got like that little bit of foreshortening to it. Like something like that. I'll do like it's not like perfect, but now it's actually got like it like makes sense. Yeah, whatever. All right. Now, we're gonna do straight down. We're gonna try to do, foreshortening sucks. We're gonna try to do straight down, so it's gonna be at his side. So same this stays the same. So let me just, oh god, I can't draw. Okay, same this. Okay, feathers. Animal back. Okay. God, every once in a while you try to do a stroke and it just doesn't. The computer just has a stroke instead of making a stroke. Okay. Stomach. Okay. And now we're going to be facing. We're going to be facing forward again. So. Something like, because I also want him to be facing forward now. Oh god. Oh boy. Okay. This is me trying to learn how to draw today. And admittedly, this is not the ideal program to be trying to do that shit. God. It is genuinely unironically frustrating when you're trying to draw on this fucking program and it just doesn't respond. Like you try to pull a line and it just doesn't pull the line. And you're like, all right, that's fine. I didn't want it anyways. That's not right, is it? From the top. Because this is his neck. He's actually going to be looking slightly this way, huh? Oh god. Oh god. Oh no, I don't know how to draw. Hang on. Cuz I'm going to have him the arm is going to be like here. Right? We'll take this away. Because this is going to be where the bow is. If he's standing, it's got to, because like, I guess it's going to be cross body because it's going to be rested at his side. Please don't disadvantage Fayakin. I won't, I promise. He doesn't need any more goddamn disadvantages. He's got enough going on. Thumb is away from body. Yeah, he's got enough goddamn problems. Thumb. Hey, please just draw the line. This program is starting to piss me off a little bit. Okay. Now we can do... Obviously, we're going to have to do cross body here. So it's going to be... He's standing like this. So it'll be semi in front of the chest and then diagonal down. So like... Semi down in front of the chest, and then diagonal down. Because then we've got the fingers and the hand. We'll do like this. And then obviously I have to get rid of this line. And that's where that is. Okay. And then we're actually getting somewhere here. Don't mind that his forearms are two significantly different sizes, and his hands are also significantly different sizes. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your back talk. Something else that drives me crazy is this program, for some reason, unlike Procreate, cannot distinguish my pencil from my hand and doesn't know when I'm trying to draw with my hand. It just puts things down every time. Every time I set my hand down, it's just fucking drawing shit. And I'm like, please, dude. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately that's gonna... He's at a weird angle for this. This ain't even right either. Like, that's just not where pecs would be. I wish my lines would draw when I draw them. And not like random ass lines like that. This arm's not correct. None of this is right. None of this is right. It's driving me crazy. Okay. This is gonna have slightly more rounded. This is gonna have slightly more definition. He's looking slightly down. Point is supposed to be slightly down. Okay. Now, in theory, does this work? It kind of looks like ass, but it kind of works. Like it's kind of doing what it's supposed to do. Like that kind of is right. Yeah, that like okay, what do we if I like, well, okay, what do we think? Like it's not perfect. But like that kind of works, right? I just wish this one looked like he was facing forwards more. Like, it looks like he's already twisted to the side, and I can't figure out how to fix this. Like, I don't know if I need to, like, move... I think I need to move his arms, man. Ugh. Because I think... this needs to be his, like, true center. Hang on. It's driving me crazy. This is his center point. This is where the center of his pecs. All of that shit. I want him looking like he's facing this way, not that he's, like, already twisting. Do you know what I mean? My sketch are done. Let's go see how you drew him. It's really good to hear your voice saying my name. It sounds so sweet. Oh wait, is it posted or are you just sketching? You said sketch. You said sketch. You said sketch. I was like, I'm gonna go eat it. I'm gonna go eat it, and I cannot. I cannot. There is nothing for me to see. Feed me. I'll post or no? No. I'll be patient. I'll be patient. I'll wait. I'll behave. I have patience. I'm so patient. Okay. How do I get him to be holding this bow and not look like he's already twisted? Drawing in this program makes me so angry. Like, just... Stop running slow! I can't stand when it lags. Okay. I am calm, cool, and collected. I ain't never been anything but. Okay. Now, drawing Fayekin's arms in a way that makes it look like he is facing this way. Maybe I will keep this arm tucked behind and then across. That feels like this helps, right? The rarest thing I'd ever do is say goodbye and walk slowly away from you. But I'll do it. After all this time I shared with you, it seems unfair to leave with nothing more than blank stares. But I'll do it. If it's for the best, then I wish you well. If it helps to say our life was living hell, well then do it, then do it, then do it. But don't you ever forget about me. When you toss and turn in your sleep, I hope it's because you can't stop thinking about the reasons why I close your eyes, I haunt your dreams at night. Ugh. It doesn't work. Because I need him to be palm up. which puts your hand to the side of you. If I am facing you, and I turn slightly this way, away from my arm, and I put my arm like this, I am this way, and then I turn. I am here. My arm curves out. Even if I'm facing this way? He couldn't put his arm like this. It would be out. This is a bad position to draw from. It would be better to put him here, but I have to have him arm up to just raise. So... art is impossible. Did you know that? So this is going to do... this is his arm. And it, honest to God, goes out. Because that is just how it works. I'm like losing my mind. Unless I want to draw... unless I want to have it just down at his side and have him grab it as it's coming up. But I feel like... okay. Chad, is this what you expected from me today? A religion talk and then me trying to figure out how the fuck arms work? Because I can't tell you this is how I expected my day to go. Like, this is just... it's just how... that's too long for arms. Something like that. No. Still does not feel right. This is not right. Okay. 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 So arm goes down, and then because it's flipped, it's gonna go out slightly. Stop lagging! I unfortunately may have to not stream for super much longer because I think I'll actually go crazy. Because this program is pissing me off, and drawing this is pissing me off. Hand. It's like a bow. Just draw the fucking line. This program sucks. Procreate Dreams blows. Can we all just understand that, please? Laggy piece of shit software. Okay. There goes any Procreate sponsorship I ever dreamed of. I don't think I did, but... does that go in front of that? Does that go in front? Nah. Okay. And then if I'm gonna put a hand here... God damn it. If I want to put a hand here... if he's gonna have a hand here... no choice but to Something like that. Like that. This doesn't look right. Like, it just doesn't, it just truly doesn't look right still. Like, I can't get this pose to look even like a little bit normal. Hi, Dawn. I don't know why this is like the thing that's killing me, is I cannot get him positioned with the bow resting in front of him. Like, I cannot figure it out for the goddamn life of me. Ugh. And there's something in my nose, like up here, that I can't get, and it's driving me crazy. Like, it's just tickling me, and it makes me feel like I have to sneeze. There is no hope for me. I don't understand. I don't understand. This is like the position I need. I'm Googling, by the way. I'm Googling the best, like bow and arrow resting position. But the thing is, they have him holding it like this. No. They have him like, what? Oh, you're not drawing a bow. He's got the bow in his hand and he's holding the string. You can't draw a bow like that unless you're gonna hold it like this. You literally can't lift the bow that way. You'd have to flip your hand around. But I can't have Fakin like this. Because he draws it. He would have to, he has his hand here. If he held it here, I guess if I don't want him to have to turn the bow. Like, it makes more sense like this. But I would have to have him turn the bow. I couldn't just have him lift his arm. Okay, I'm trying to show you my body, but you can't see. Hey, Dynamic Crew. So, okay, here's my predicament. I have Fakin like this with the bow and arrow, so that he can lift his hand like this, and I'm holding the bow and arrow, and then I put it down. But it would be more natural to hold it like this, because it's weird to be like this. So if I had him hold it like this, I would have to have him like this, and I would have to have him spin the bow up, right? Is that more natural? That might be the answer. To flip this hand, and then have the bow flip around him. That's just so much harder to animate. That is so much harder to animate. That's the complications here are getting out of hand. But I could draw that at the very least. Because I can do like this. This is his body. His bodies are meant to be. And then it would be, this arm could genuinely stay behind him until it got here, in which case it's going to be fingers up Like, it's backwards, but it's fine. Like, so then I would do like that. That is a poorly drawn arm. Like that. And then his other arm would cross his body. It would be this direction. And I would actually put it in front of him and do a boat like that. My program's just freezing on me. It's driving me crazy. Okay. And then the bow would be like that. That looks more like like a normal position. If your hand is up, your two fingers are on I drew his fingers on the wrong side of his hand. I'm sorry you guys have been here for just me losing my actual fucking marbles. Like, I've just been losing my mind for the past, I don't know how long, actually. I stopped talking. I've just been, like, crying to myself. Thumb would stick out. Okay. All right. Now, in theory, game theory maybe, that looks okay. Now I have to add an in-between frame. There's nothing I can do. It's more natural unless you start from the bow already slightly up. No, because I specifically want him bow down, head down first. Because he's a very religious character. So I want, like, in my head, he's praying, and then he's going to pull his bow up. I do need to make this bow larger, but besides that, this works. I did accidentally draw it very little. All right. Bad. God, I hate this laggy ass horrible fucking program. All right. There we go. Yeah, Fakin borrowed Ayla's bow. Fakin on Ayla's bow would be so funny because he's so large. I have to wonder what his fucking arm span is. Because your arm span is normally your height. But he's a centaur, so it doesn't quite count. But when if he was human and didn't have centaur legs, he would probably still be very tall. He'd be like he'd be like 6'9" ish. Like, I can't keep making characters 6'9". He would be in the upper 6 foot because of the height that he's 8 foot as a centaur. So he's just large in general. I don't know what's up with me in 6'9". It just is a good number in my head. It's not even, it's like 69, haha, that's funny. It literally just like 6'9" is like, because 6'10" sounds insane. Like, that sounds pretentious, but 6'8" is like, we could be, like, it's probably taller than that. 6'8" is fairly normal. It's not like normal, but it's like, it's not like, holy shit, they're tall. I hate this shit laggy program. Ah! Sorry. I may need to take a break from today. 6'8" is a tall height, but it's not like holy shit, I've never seen somebody that tall. I've met several 6'8" people. Emily, you're literally switching up opinions right now. Yes, 6'3" is distinctly tall, obviously, but you also are one of those people who is like, that's not really that tall because you live in a tall family of tall people. Like, your brothers are super tall, so you've distinctly said that height doesn't faze you, and that people being like 6 foot something isn't that surprising because your brothers are that tall. Like, yes, it is distinctly tall, but like 6'8" is not insane. Yes, I know objectively, but like 6'8" is not insane. It's very tall, but I'm talking for a fantasy-based character. Like, the gods that we're talking to are 7+ feet. Fakin's 8 feet tall. That's genuinely absurd because he's a fantasy character. From an objective standpoint, once you switch to fantasy, it stops being the same standpoint. I didn't need to know I needed to specify fantasy when I'm talking about Fakin. I'm sorry. I was just trying to figure out his wingspan, as in like how tall the human section of him it would be if he wasn't a centaur. All right. I may wrap for the day. I was gonna try and do I could probably housing all this doubt and insecurity, and I've been locked inside that house all the while you hold the key, and I've been dying to get out. That might be the death of me, and even though there's no way of knowing where to go, I promise I'm going because... Hello, Murray.
Get dominated.
Man, I really do just come here once a month. Hope you're doing well, Dad.
Thanks, Murray. This is my reminder not to subscribe. Nothing wrong with you, Murray. Thank you for the subscription. Hold on to your subscriptions, your bits, your donations, and everything, because the subathon is coming up this month. We've got like 2 weeks. It'll be 2 weeks tomorrow until the subathon. So, big deal, boys. 2 weeks until the subathon for my 3-year anniversary. And I'm calling it here because I think that several of our usual very, very large players are out this year. I actually don't think we're going to hit cap, because I know I say every year, like, I don't really think we're going to hit cap because we grow it, but like, people come back every year for the subathon. But some of our major player donators are out this year and cannot donate. I actually don't think we'll hit cap this year. I think we'll go for a while. I don't think we'll hit cap, specifically because of certain couple of people that I know aren't able to donate. So we will see if I get proven wrong, because it's completely possible. Don't mind the music that's currently playing if you can hear it. Okay. We're good. Excited to come around. Stream is a bit bad for me, so I'm calling it a night. Have a nice night. No worries, mate. Have a great one. I'm a loser and I'm a winner. Okay. Trying to figure out how to draw the bow from this perspective of like... Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like getting closer to us. And then this is like... this is not gonna work like I want it to. Oh no. Because I have him, he's gonna have to like fist out. Don't look at that finger. Okay, so he's gonna have to like thumb. Actually, yeah, thumb would be facing the body. I genuinely don't think I can draw today. Something has infected me, and I'm not capable of doing art right now. Really like your peaches, wanna shake your tree. I'm gonna kill myself. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna do it from like a mostly spun position. And I'm gonna like make this way bigger when it comes towards us. And make this like way smaller. And that's just gonna have to translate, man. That's just gonna have to translate. It's just gonna have to make sense. The only thing is that I need to bring these curves up so that they are still a curved shape. God, I'm so sick of these stupid little lines that end up everywhere. That's just not how that works. So that way... That kind of translates. That kind of translates. That it like being like, yeah, he's turning it around. Does that right? That kind of translates? I think I kind of did it. That looks like he's turning his hand a little bit. It's also going to be on screen for all of like an extended half a second. You horrible laggy software, you're driving me crazy. Okay. Okay. That looks right? It's not like extensive, but it's obvious he's turning his hand around. I should have another keyframe in between these two, and I'll probably get there if I decide to truly animate. But what do we think? This has taken me 3 hours. It's not perfect. But like, I think this might be as good as we're getting after 3 hours of playing around with this today. I wasn't planning to put this much work into this. I'm just not good at animation. My maybe crush also has a maybe crush. We're both Demi Arrow. I have a slight chance. There you go, mate. Best of luck to you. I wish you all of the luck. I hope it turns out wonderfully for you. I'm gonna forfeit for the night because I can't do this anymore or I'll lose my mind. Seeing as his griffin half is shorter than this upper body, probably even taller, TBH. Yeah, he'd be a big guy. He'd be a big guy. But this is oh, here, I should finish the last piece of this piece on, because I don't want to leave that. Copy. The only other thing I wanted was just I am not capable of drawing hands. I'm not actually trying right now, so that's why all of this looks like ass. But this is why I really struggle with animation, is because you have to put this much effort into every drawing, and there's 700 of them. And I just am not... I'm not built for a lot of things, but I am specifically not built for that. I am weak. And having to put this much time and effort into, you know, 75 individual drawings is just not something I tend to do, because I ain't good at it. If you're fast at art, you're good at animation. I'm not. It doesn't, like, it's not like an automatic one-to-one of like, you are fast at art, you can animate. But if you're trying to do two-dimensional, like, traditional frame by frame art, and you are fast at art, you have the advantage. Like, you are going to be better at it if you can just be fast at art. Which may be a good tip for people. If you want to get into animation and it feels impossible, get fast first. Get fast and efficient at just being able to draw a pose that looks well, a shape that looks well, a character, like, be able to sketch really efficiently. I am terrible at sketching. I have no efficient sketching skills. So of course my animation skills are bad, because I am not capable of the skill that is needed, which is the ability to swiftly animate. Like, I cannot swiftly animate, because I can't do anything swiftly. I've never been capable of swiftness in my entire life. Yeah, I just wanted the release. Sketching and animating are the worst parts of art. They're pretty horrible. But some people are just good at them, so. There you go. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba. So, that's all I've got so far. Yeah, some people love sketching. Some people are fantastic at anatomy. Everybody has a skill in art. It depends on where your skill lies, is what your art turns out as. I have recently realized, to a very unfortunate reality, that I'm an over-renderer. And now, don't get me wrong, I love my art. Let me get off of the art that's pissing me off for a little bit, and take us back to a piece that is good. Let's stare at a piece of finished art that makes me happy, right? There you go. Me and you, let's just stare at this for a second. We're just gonna, me and you just stare at this piece of art for a moment. I'm just like, okay, enjoy it. Good stuff. All right, yeah, I feel better, right? Here's the thing. This is a good piece of art. I love rendering. Coloring is fine. I love rendering. I love shading. I love extreme lighting. But you want to notice some things real here? Okay, ready? Look at this piece. One of my best pieces. Rendering, fantastic. On point. Very extreme lighting, okay? Let's play some games. Let's play some games with my finished pieces. What is the focus on? The lighting. Fairly dramatic lighting. It's not super intense, but it's a fairly dramatic lighting. It is not a casually lit piece. Lighting. The focus of the art. Incredibly dramatic lighting. Very specific. Very specific dramatic lighting. Specifically the underside. The focus is on the lighting. Casual lighting. Fine. Dramatic lighting. A fairly intense shadowed and highlighted piece with dramatic lighting. Dramatic lighting. With some really dramatic ass like highlights across the body. Dramatic lighting. Dramatic lighting. Dramatic lighting. Dramatic lighting. Dramatic lighting from both directions. Dramatic lighting. Dramatic lighting. Are you picking up on something? Dramatic lighting. The point of this is I am weak at art. I'm not good at art. Not natural. It doesn't, none of this shit comes naturally to me. But what I found is that you can make bad art look good with good rendering. My art is not remarkable in any way. My anatomy is weak, my posing is weak, my line art is weak. But my rendering and my lighting is good. Because I learned how to do those things and they made sense for me, because I could take a piece of work that looked like shit and make it look dynamic by just lighting it dramatically from the back or the side or underneath. And that's all I did. I have learned a crutch and I can't get out. This is legitimately just where I'm at. I have realized that I over render. Not because it is fun. Not just because it's fun and because it makes good art. It's because I can't under render because my art looks bad unrendered. I've learned a crutch and I'm trapped. I have very weak line art. I have very weak anatomy. I have very weak posing. I have to rely on my rendering. So, maybe there's something I need to work on here. I just don't know how. So, I want to try to develop my style through other things, but I've so distinctly defined this as my style that, like, I just got here. Like, I just figured out how to start making art look good doing this. And now I am realizing it's because I can't do anything else. Like, because I'm not proud of a lot of my other pieces that are more casually lit. I haven't done a casually lit piece in years that turned out good. This might be the most casually lit piece, and it's not a normal piece of art for me. Like, even if we're looking at some of my best pieces of music, I mean, there's this one. This one's fine, but it's still very moody. Like, everything I do, I end up adding lighting to, because I don't know how else to make it look good. Like, even this has a very dramatic lighting, and I still don't like it. Like, I don't even know, I don't even have one to show you, because I don't finish any good pieces that aren't lit. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, it's just a realization I had because I've been watching people do, like, you know, looking at their art and all of that stuff. I've returned what's happening. I'm just hating my art. I'm beating myself up live on stream for your enjoyment. Because I've registered my weak points are what I've centered my art around. So, yeah, I don't know where to go from here. I've started gathering, like, a bunch of, like, pieces of art that I like the look of that I would like to start trying to learn. And unfortunately, it is as far away from what I currently do as possible. It is how did I come to this realization? Because I saw a TikTok. I'm going to switch to my face. Come talk to me. Chat, come talk with me. Come talk with me, chat. Come talk with me. I saw a TikTok about like when I used to over render and they were showing a bunch of pieces. I was like, these are gorgeous pieces of art. And then they're like, and then I learned minimal render or whatever. And then it cut to their more recent art, which was less rendered. It didn't look dramatic and flashy, but it was better art. It was they had stronger line art and stronger posing and stronger dynamics. And I like was like, nah. Maybe. And then I started looking at all of my art and I was like, if you take the rendering away, it's not immediately a bad piece of art, but it's not good. Like, so okay, a piece with the Zazel. This piece I'm fine with. God, Jesus Christ, I have rendering on everything. Ah, okay. All right. We are unrendered now. We are unrendered. That's not a good piece of art. It's fine, but the second you don't have all of the rendering to focus on, this piece is really flat. And the pose is janky at best. Like, it's just like an immediate, like, I'm not proud of this. This isn't a piece I'm proud of. If you're not proud of the piece of art at all before rendering, there's a problem. Over-rendering definitely is a thing, I agree, but it doesn't mean your art's bad. But I do agree a lot of artists assume more rendering equals better. Yeah. Yes, I do think rendering is necessary for the aesthetic of the piece because I design my pieces around the rendering. But like, yes, the rendering is what makes this piece good. The point is that he's backlit. But I did that on purpose because this isn't good without it. Let me put everything back on. Like, I don't know. It's just a hard thing to try to like think through and figure out, like, I don't know. But I literally design my pieces around lighting. So, I don't know. It's something I've been thinking about. It's just a problem I have. I quite literally design my pieces around knowing where the lighting will be because lighting is my strong suit. If somebody was like, "Oh, you know, what is your thing that you're kind of known for?" Like some people say like, "Oh, you're really known for your like line art. You have really nice line art, or like you have like really like gorgeous color schemes or color palettes, or like, you know, you have really great anatomy or whatever." Mine is lighting. My thing is lighting, and I don't hate that. I love dramatic lighting. It is my favorite thing to do. I think it looks awesome, but because it's my favorite thing to do, it's my favorite thing to practice, and it's the only thing I've gotten good at. Because it's easy. Lighting is easy. My thing is lighting. Like, so if you unrender my pieces, or you ask me to sketch something, or I have to do, God forbid, an animatic, or if I want to do a webcomic, because I want to do a webtoon, I cannot fully render and light every piece. It won't look good. I don't know how to sketch, I don't have good line art, and I cannot do unrendered pieces of art. So, animations, bad. Webcomics, bad. Like, I am good for I am a one-trick pony. That's where I'm at. I'm one-trick pony, and god damn it, do I do my trick well. I do my trick fantastically. I'm the best at my trick. Not really, but I'm good at my trick. I'm second in the county state fair at my trick, but I am just one pony, and I do just one trick. So, yeah, I don't know where to go to improve it. That's the thing. I don't know what the next step is, because I feel like I missed all the things I was supposed to learn to get good at when I was like 12. And now I've been doing art for my entire life and I don't know the basics. So maybe I need to stop doing digital art and learn to draw in a sketchbook again, because I don't know, maybe that'll help. Maybe that's the next step. Anyways, this is just me fucking whining now. Chat, do you have anything you need or want or desire from me? I'm willing to sit and chatter a little longer if you want. Otherwise, I probably will bow, because I've had some really late nights recently. It's not that it's super late tonight. I've just had a bunch of really late nights recently. And also, I feel like I'm driving myself and everybody I'm talking to crazy today. I don't know why. I've just been super conscious of just how much I talk recently, which I know is literally my job when on stream, as like quite literally the job that I'm supposed to have. But almost self-art critique. I could dig in myself. If you ask me like to critique my own art, I could dig. I know all the things that I preach. The world is going to judge you. Please don't judge yourself. Everybody else is going to be critical of your art. You don't need to be overcritical yourself. I would never think about anybody else's art this way, except the thing is, here's the thing. That line doesn't work on me specifically. The one of like, you would never look at somebody else's art and tell them that. And it's like, no, I would never tell them that. I would think it though, because that's how art critique works. You'd be like, oh, you'd never look at somebody else's art and think that about them. Yeah, I would. If I'm critiquing art, if I look at a piece of art and I'm like, man, that's really good lighting, but you have really weak line art. Or like, this is a really gorgeous piece, but your anatomy looks like shit. Like, yeah, I do think that. I just would never say that to somebody unless they're specifically asking me for critique, and then I wouldn't phrase it like that. Like, if you are still, that is a really good piece of advice for young artists who are learning, who are like learning art. Be like, if you wouldn't, you wouldn't think this about somebody else's art, so don't think it about your own. But when they get far enough into the art world that they develop a critical eye, like, which I genuinely thought I had years ago and realized I didn't, because I now look at a lot of art that I used to look at and be like, wow, that's really good. That's really impressive. I could never get there. That now that I'm at a higher level of art than I was 5 years ago, the art that I looked at 5 years ago and was impressed by, I now look at them like, that's really mediocre. Like, it's not bad art. It's just not like life-changing. And I'm not even talking about my art. I'm talking about like other people's art. Like artists that I had like followed on Instagram that I'd be like, wow, their art is so good. I'll never draw like that. But like, as my art improved, my critical eye improved, and I can look and be like, that still looks cool, but it's really not revolutionary. Like, maybe you like, I have seen a lot of them. I think anatomy is the thing that bugs me the most, because I'm so bad at it that I study it a lot and I still can't do it well. But I'll see somebody be like, you have gorgeous color palettes, but your anatomy looks like shit. Or like, you have gorgeous line art, but your posing looks like ass. Or your posing is fantastic, but your coloring looks like shit. Like, it's like, I'm way more critical of art. I'm an analysis type of person. I am a hypercritic. And I fear that people think that means I literally hate everything. But I fear that's not true. Can I sell my critical eye? I hate it. No, because like, that's what okay. I'm going into just chatting. We're talking about this for a moment. This is the point of the title. This is the point of the title today, because this is something that's been in my mind recently. Referencing CJ the X specifically, because his videos speak about this kind of energy. But the title in today's stream was, I am in service to God. Art is the God. The God that I'm in service to is art. I am in service of good art. That is something that I am in service to. And again, reference back to CJ the X. If you want to go watch his videos, go watch his videos. He's a fantastic creator. And he talks about being in service of good art. And that is what I strive for. I am in service of good art. I'm not, like, everything else comes with it. But, there's a video I watched years ago from an artist making 5 levels to art, explaining what places people into each level, and they put their viewers set into art in the categories. I remember watching that video at a level 2. I like going back to that video sometimes, seeing if I've gone up. Send me that video. I need to know. Send it to me, please. But I am in service to good art. Okay, that is what I am in service to. CJ, praise. That means that everything that is required of me and others to make good art is what I want to be happening and be done. And that includes my critical eye for my own art and everybody else's. I'm not here to tell you how to do your art. I'm here to tell you that I want you to make good art, not subjectively good. I don't care if you look at it and think it's pretty. I don't care if it's not my cup of tea. I don't care if it's not of interest to me. I mean objectively good art. I want you to have something to say, something that you want to mean, something you want to express to the world, something you want to show to the world, something you want to give the world. And I want it to be as objectively good as it physically can be. As in, I want to see your ability to process the art, have something to say about it, create the piece of art, put it out into the world, and have it received with the same level of love and intention and importance that you gave to it, to the audience. Like, if you're making a piece of art because it is important to you and you like the way that it looks and you give it to the universe, I want it to give back that same energy to you. I want you to have the tools to be able to express the desires and the art and the creations that are in your mind so that you, as an artist, are putting the best art into the world that you are capable of doing. Because not doing so is doing a disservice to the world and to the God. The God is art. If you're capable of doing art, and you are interested in doing art, and you have the desire to create art, and you are not bettering yourself as an artist, you are failing the service of art. Like, and not in like a horrible, like mean, intense way of like you have no choice but to slave to this thing. If you are an artist, you're meant to put good art into the world. Like, there is no reason to not seek that. I am in service of making art. And I will have to continue improving the tools that I have in my arsenal and building upon the skills that I'm currently capable of so that I can create art that it expresses what I want to the world. Until my art looks as good as I can physically see it in my head, until it reaches where my critical eye level is, which may be never, I'm going to strive to continue making better art, because there's never should be a reason where you get to a point and go, it could be better, but good enough. Because why? Why would you ever? Like, why? There's no reason of importance. I don't mean like every piece of art. I don't mean like work on this piece of art until it fucking kills you. I mean, make a piece of art, put it out into the world, and then grow from that piece of art. And then make a piece of art, and then put it in the world, and then grow from that piece of art. I don't mean like slave over one drawing for like literally the rest of your life. Go enjoy your fire. But you should be putting out that, like, you should be improving upon your art. You should be creating better and better things. Not necessarily that every piece has to be better than the last thing, but like there shouldn't be a reason that you because it's art, right? And it's not for anything else. I somewhat agree, but I don't like pressuring people into creating because some people don't want to be better or the best. Some people just want to create. It's not about being the best. It's never about being the best. It's about putting out the best art that you can do. And I genuinely and unironically get so frustrated when people are creating something and say, I could do better, but it's good enough. Because then the question is, why? Why? If you are fully capable and aware that you are capable of doing better, and it would take, what, a couple more minutes, a couple more hours, a couple more days, why are you not doing it? Like, yes, and deadlines are like its own thing, but that's also because the point of a piece of art that you're creating for a deadline is not for the creation of art. You are creating art for a dedicated purpose that you have no other choice but to do. You are making money. You are not making art for the sake of making art. You're making art for the sake of money, for the pieces that have deadlines. That's a different argument. There's horses and carriages, and you have to decide what is being put first. And if you are an artist who lives off of their art, there are going to be pieces of art that put the art first and pieces of art that put the carriage first. And those are two different things. I'm never arguing of like, if you have a deadline to keep and this art is paying your bills, that you like you have to perfect it. I'm just saying that if you are making art specifically for the sake of making something good, there shouldn't be any other reason to not put everything that you can into that piece. Like, there's going to be like a certain level where you're like, yeah, obviously you have to back away from it and put it out into the world. Perfectionism serves literally nobody. I'm not saying to be perfectionist about it. I'm just saying, like, there should never be a reason to like shrug and throw the towel in if you're capable of improving on it. Right. Don't let it rot. Don't become perfectionist. I'm the opinion that if I ever decide to randomly retire one day and never write, then that doesn't make the last thing I wrote any less valuable. I hate the idea of caring more about improvement than what you're actually doing. No, stopping writing would never devalue the thing that you wrote before or anything that came after it. I'm not saying that your pieces are ever devalued by creating or not creating. A piece of art can't be devalued. Once it is created, it is created. The art moment has happened. Like, the creation is completed. It doesn't suddenly devalue because of anything you've ever done. But there has to be a balance between creating the best art that you can in the moment that you're in, giving in because why? Because you want to post it, or you want people to see it, or you want to whatever, like, with it, or you don't want to put the effort into it. I don't know what the reasons are. Or maybe you've just been fiddling it for too long. Like, there's a balance, and I'm certain of it. I don't always, I'm not saying I'm perfect either. I don't fall into this every time either. I have pieces that I work on for too long, and I get caught in the perfection rut, and I have to let go and be like, okay, I've put everything I can into this. I've tried, and I've put everything I can, putting it down. There it is. That is the piece of art. Put it out into the world and move on to the next piece. But also, like, that's the thing, is I tried. Like, I tried, and if it didn't work the first time, I gave it a couple of shots, and I gave it the healthy, like, 1, 2, or whatever, and then I passed it on into the world. Like, I'm not gonna, like, go with the first thing I got, draw it and be like, that's good enough, whatever, moving on. But I'm also not gonna be like, I have to do this and do this and do this and do this and do this until it's literally perfect. Like, it's really like it's a healthy balance of just wanting to make good art for the sake of making good art, and that's it. This is also why I'm of the opinion that every artist should be interested, it should be able to do, if they don't actually do it, it's their own thing. I'm not saying people have to do this. I'm saying every artist should be capable of making a piece of art and not posting it and still being proud of it. Like, you should be capable of creating good art for the sake of creating good art and not have to put it out into the world to receive the enjoyment of it. I'm not saying, like, hold on to it forever and never post it. Like, post it, obviously, because you made good art, share it with the world. Like, that makes sense. But if you can't like the art that you made unless there is the receivement back of praise, then it becomes problematic. Because then, like, you're not making art for the sake of making good art. You're making art for the fear purpose. CJ specifically talks about, referencing CJ to the X, he made a video specifically talking about the difference between creating for love and creating for fear. And obviously, we all do both of them. Not we both do all of them. We all, as human beings, do both. We create for both love and fear. I create art because I love art. And I also create art because I'm afraid if I don't create art, that I have no purpose in life and that I will be forever forgotten to the qualms of time. I will be lost to the sands of time and nobody will ever know my name. I create art because I'm afraid to be forgotten, and also because I love to make art. I create art because I love putting good things out into the world, and I also create art to delay my inevitable suicide from the timeline. Like, everybody does both. I guess it's just what you're striving towards, if that makes sense. How do you find that healthy balance when your critical eye is massively outgrown your talent level? Like, how do you know when enough trying is enough for a piece? Well, first off, your critical eye massively outgrowing your talent level is a sign that you are growing in talent, because even though it's not going to feel like it, because your critical eye always develops at a faster level than your talent level does. If your critical eye is developing, it's because you're developing as an artist of any form. Like, there's there is a correlation. You don't just get better and better at critical eye without having a better grasp of your creation. If you get better and better at reading, writing, and being able to say, I don't like it because of this, I do like it because of this, it's because you've learned to recognize those things, because you are gaining those skills and those tools by doing your craft. It's going to be hard to recognize because, again, it's like you don't notice yourself growing taller. It's gradual. It's slow. But the people you only see, once a year notice your growth. It's the same thing. You're not going to notice that your talent is improving, but it is. And your critical eye getting harsher is proof that you are growing as an artist. It's just critical eye is always going to develop at a faster rate than your talent can keep up with, because unfortunately that is like the curse of art. Because like that's just a piece of it. Now, finding the balance is an entirely internal thing, but it needs to go of, if you get to a piece in your art or your writing, and you stop and you go, it's not perfect. Okay, good. Forget that. Perfect doesn't exist. Could I do better right now? If you can genuinely think of, how would I improve this? And your answer is, I have no idea how to improve this. Now you have other questions to start asking. But if you say, can I improve this? And you go, well, yeah, if I just changed this, it would be better. You should do that. If you can immediately identify, like you're writing a piece and you're like, yeah, the dialogue is really stale, go fix it. Oh, the dialogue is really stilted, go fix it. But if you're like, how do I improve this? It's like, I don't know how to make this any better. Like, I don't know how to improve upon this. You can either reach out for criticism and be like, hey, this doesn't feel right to me. I want to fix something. What do you think? And seek out external people with a maybe either more developed critical eye or a fresh look in the thing, which can then give you perspective on what you can change. Or if you genuinely saying, it's not perfect, but I can't tell how to make this better, you're done. Because you've reached the limit of the tools that you have available, and you've reached the limit of your critical eye. If you finish the piece and you say, I'm not sure how to make this better, but I know it's not perfect, it's done. It's ready. Ship it off. Unless you want to actively work on it, in which case that's when you start asking for critique. I get to certain points in my book where I'm like, okay, this is my first draft. I know it's not perfect, but I don't know how to fix it yet. I want to improve on it. Now I ask for critique. That's the best way, because you are never going to look at a piece and go, it's perfect. You'll never get there. But if you're like, it's perfect, it's not great, but this is the best I can do right now. All right, done. That is it. That is perfect. The reason I don't like prioritizing improvement is because it's an upward slope that doesn't have an end goal. The reason I never like grading criticism is because I want my work to be appreciated, even if for whatever reason it's the last thing I ever decide to make. In this hypothetical case, I'm not exactly trying to improve, but that doesn't mean I'm not an artist. I also would like to specify, nothing I'm saying is saying that you are or not an artist, or are or are not a writer, or are not creating art. If you create art, you are an artist, regardless of it, whatever else you do. If you create art, you are an artist. Whether that's writing or poetry or drawing or dancing or tattooing or anything else that you could possibly do. If you create, you are an artist. And I'm not saying that you have to improve to be an artist. And I'm also not saying that you shouldn't appreciate a piece of art for any reason that has to do with improvement. You saying, I don't like getting criticism because I want my art to be appreciated, even if it's the last thing I ever make, is the thing of like, looking at a piece of writing or a piece of art should never have anything to do with any of your other pieces of art. Like that's something I don't know exactly how to explain, because I'm not sure. I know we're both trying to talk the same thing, but I'm not sure where the disconnect in us is, because I know you're also saying I'm confused on what you mean. I'm not completely understanding your point, and I think I'm not explaining mine well. But a piece of writing doesn't have any merit on any of the other pieces of writing. If you make a piece of art and never make a piece of art again, that doesn't change that you made a good piece of art. And even if you make a good piece of art and then make a better piece later, this piece isn't worse. Art is its single individual moment that isn't impacted by your improvement or devaluement or any piece that came before or after or any of that. It's just the creation within its moment. And is it the best that you could have done in that moment? Did you create something beautiful? Perfect, good. And then you as a person, you as an artist, is your choice to continue to improve and create new things. You don't have to. Nobody ever has to. I'm confused by the initial way you started explaining everything. Like, okay. I value improvement. That's a me thing. Not everybody values improvement, but I value improvement. But I don't know exactly how to explain the thing I'm trying to explain, or exactly which part of the beginning you're referring to. Let me take a sip. If you're specifically talking about, like, I am in service to art. I want to make good art, which means I'm always going to be seeking to become a better artist, to create better art. Like, because you could, like, learn how to draw and then never seek to improve at drawing, ever. Like, you could just draw stick people and, like, the anime people with their hands tucked behind their back and the hair over one eye, and draw that forever for the rest of your life. And you are still an artist who is still creating art. But you're not seeking to create, like, I don't know how to phrase it in a good way. Of, like, you're not seeking to create good art for the sake of good art. If you just want to draw that because you want to draw that, then draw that because you want to draw that, and that's okay. That's for you. That's not for me. Like, that's for you. I'm not devaluing anybody's art or anybody else's process or anybody else's life. You can all do whatever you want. Like, that nobody else can tell you what to do or how to do your life. If you want to draw the same style for your entire life and never, seek to learn or grow, that's fine. Do whatever you got to do. I personally exist for the sake of the joke title of this being, I am in service to a god and the god is art. I am in service to making good art. That is what I want to do. It doesn't have to be you. It doesn't have to be anybody. Nobody else can do whatever. You can all do whatever you want. But that means if I want to make good art, every time I make a piece of good art, I have done the thing I wanted. And then I would like to improve to make good art in an even better way. I want to serve art better and better all of the time. Because if not, then am I really serving it with everything that I can? Am I creating good art? Am I creating the best thing I can? Am I wasting, like, it's not really wasting because it's whatever. But for me, it feels like if I have any ability to create art and I don't, like, put everything I have into it to continue to improve it and put beautiful things out into the world, then why was I given this ability? Like, obviously, I wasn't given this ability. I'm not naturally good at art. We've talked about this several times. I was not gifted with art in any sake. I was not gifted with the art of a talent or whatever. Like, I suck at art. I have sucked at art for most of my life. It is only recently that I've started making art that looks good. Objectively. Not subjectively. Objectively good art. Like, I constantly make backslides, and I obviously have found crutches or whatever, and so on and so forth through all of the things about art and all of that bullshit. But I wasn't naturally, I was not made good at art. I didn't, make good art in middle school and high school. I had very low levels of art. But I want to create good art. So I kept creating and trying to improve because that is what I want to do. I want to make good art. Like, I don't know how best to explain this. I don't know how else to talk about this without, like, running myself in a circle and just saying the same thing over and over again, because I don't have, like, the proper words to say that, like, I don't care what you do with your life. I don't care what anybody does with their life. I don't care how you create your art, and I'm never going to look at somebody and be like, you're a waste of potential because you're not servicing art. You're not taking writing classes, so you're wasting your potential. Like, that's not for me. Like, that's not my life. I don't decide what anybody else is making. I am just doing what I'm doing. And if you want to create art for the sake of creating art, if you want to make good art, to put beautiful art out into the world because that is what is important to you, then growth is something that comes with that. To constantly put out the best art in the world there is. I was talking about it a little bit before, that, like, I want to make good art. I'm in service, not just I want to make good art. I'm in service to I want good art to exist in the world. And I don't care if it's from me. Like, CJ uses the example of, like, if I were creating, like, a movie and I would be best in the lead role, if me being the lead role would be the best service to the art, the movie would be best if I portrayed the main role. I would play the main role. But if I really wanted to play the main role, but I know damn well that fucking Veronica over there can play it way better than I can, and the movie would be a better piece of art if she was the main role, I would choose for her to have the main role because I'm seeking the creation of good art. I want it to be good, regardless if that means it's about me or not. I want there to be a development of story. I want there to be a level of improvement. And I often, in my own levels of creation, believe that my abilities outweigh the abilities of outsourcing it to somebody else. That's why I don't hire an editor for video editing. Even though I hate video editing, if I made it, it would be up to my standards. And I'm sure I could hire somebody for expensive money who could do it way better than me. But the people who do editing for free, I don't believe could do a better job than I would. And thus, either I do it or no one does, because I would be in service of creating a good piece of art. If I believe I'm the person best suited for the job, I will be the one to do it. If I think somebody else could do it better than I can, I will turn to that person immediately. Because I just want the art to be good. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. I'm just chatting shit at this point, man. I have feelings about art. I'm just very passionate on, I seek to create. And like I highly value improving and growing and gaining in my life. Like, you know how like we joke that like Emily values speed. I value growth deeply in every form. Psychological growth, knowledge growth, growth in my art, growth in my writing. I want to learn new languages. I want to learn new skills. I'm constantly trying to pick up new skills. That's why I do about 700 hobbies. When I see a therapist and they're like, what kind of coping mechanisms do you have? I was like, list all of them. I have all of them constantly. I write, I draw, I animate, I do poetry, I journal. I used to do a bunch of physical activities until my body wasn't able to, but I danced, I ran, I biked, I go to the gym. I do all of them. All of the things are like, therapists like, have you tried? Yes. Have you done? Yes. Yes, ma'am, I have. Thank you. Like, because I want to constantly be growing and changing and learn. There's so much in this world to learn. I will never learn all of the languages. I'll never even learn several languages. I barely know one. Like, I know a tiny bit about Spanish. I know a tiny bit about, well, I used to be conversational in Spanish. I know a tiny bit of Japanese. Like I know minuscule shit about these. I know the Japanese alphabet and like minor interaction things. Like, that's why I love learning about religions, because there's so many religions to experience and read and see. And like, I just want to learn as much as I can. And I keep running into people who don't get that or think that that's a bad thing. Like, my stepdad truly believed it was a bad thing. He's like, you're gonna wear yourself out and you're not gonna master anything. It's like, and I was like, oh, I almost pulled out the whole like, jack of all trades but master of none, better than a master of one, whatever. Like, but he's like, if you just keep like running from like thing to thing and never actually sit down and focus on anything, you'll never accomplish anything in any of those fields. And he's right, because I'm right now streaming when I could be working on animation if I wanted to be an animator, or the commissions I should be drawing if I wanted to be a commission artist, or the tattoos that I should be doing if I wanted to be a tattoo artist, or the book I should be writing if I wanted to be an author, or I shouldn't be doing any of those things, and I should be streaming the best games there are every single day after work if I wanted to be a streamer. But there's no one thing that I want to commit my life to. I don't want to be a commission artist or a tattoo artist or an author and nothing else. I don't want to commit every moment of every day of my life to the service of one thing, because there's so much to do and experience that, like, yeah, I'm just mediocre at all of it. I'm a mediocre artist, mediocre animator, mediocre streamer, mediocre tattooer, mediocre writer. I'm baseline mediocre at all of them things because I can do all of them, and I do all of them constantly because I love all of them. I could be a master animator if I spent all of the time that I spent streaming, writing, drawing, and everything else on just animating. I'd be great at it by now. But like, I'm not going for a max skill here. I'm going for an array. I don't know, man. I have no idea. I'm just fucking talking. It makes sense, but I couldn't personally hold myself to that kind of standard. I would be stressed and upset 24/7. I'd never put anything out. Then again, maybe I should try that because I don't put anything out as it is. But the thing is, growth is not a standard. I think that's what I'm getting across. I'm not getting across properly to you guys, because I think that might be where the disconnect is, that I'm not understanding and you guys aren't understanding, but like we're not getting each other, is that like growth and improvement isn't a standard that you set that you have to reach. Like you can't like make it like have a piece of writing and then finish it and be like, that was good, and then have a piece of writing and finish it and then like hold them up next to each other and be like, what margin did I improve in? Did I improve at 0.1? That's not enough. Did I improve at 0.10? That's not like it's not a standard. There's never like a it's not like the growth is something that has to be measured and like completed every time. It's just that I am seeking to grow. I don't get better with every piece of art. Sometimes I make pieces of art and I was like, that really ain't that good. Like, I don't get better with every piece of writing. Sometimes I write something, I'm like, no, that was really mediocre. Like, it's not that it is a constant upward slope of like every piece has to be better than the last constantly. It's just that I never want to stop learning and growing. If I find myself stuck in a rut where I was like, okay, all of my art feels the same recently and it's not getting better and I'm not seeing any growth, I will pinpoint something I don't like about it and lock in on it. I focused for a while on anatomy and really improving how I draw arms. I focused for a while on facial expressions and really making them expressive. Obviously, I locked in on lighting and really like pulled that through. Like, because I enjoy identifying the flaws in the things that I create and finding ways to improve them so that the next piece of art I make is more in service to great art because I've improved. Not like that I have to improve because I have no choice or like I have to hold myself to a certain standard, but just that like if you're able to identify, hey, my line art is weak, why would you not choose to improve it? Like, I want to improve my line art because my line art is weak. I've been desperately trying to improve my poses and my anatomy because they're weak. So I'm trying to improve them. Because if I can identify the problem, why would I not want to improve on it? I think that's the thing. If you can't identify like, oh, my art's not up to my style, but I just don't know what's wrong with it, just keep creating. Because eventually you'll keep creating to the point your critical eye develops and you can tell what's wrong with it. But if you can get to a point where you can identify a problem and actively choose to leave it because you don't want to put in the effort to change it or improve it, that now I don't understand. And it's not that I'm just like, now you're a bad artist or now you're a bad person or now there's something wrong with you. That has nothing to do with it. It's just, I don't get it. And I think that's for everything. If you can identify something that's gone wrong, something that is incorrect, something that could be improved, not just like, oh, I think something's wrong. If you can sit down and identify, here is the problem, and then choose to not do anything about it, I don't understand. I cannot fathom how that thought process comes through. Because like, yes, there is effort in changing the thing. And sometimes it's a scary change, or sometimes it's a really exhausting change. Like if it's an addiction, that's scary and exhausting and horrible and hard. But why would you identify, like, why identify the problem at all then? Like, you identified it. Why are you not seeking to improve on it? Do you not want your life to be better? I guess is my question. That's like when people are like able to be like, I know I'm in a horrible relationship. I'm in like a really unhealthy, toxic relationship. And I'm like, okay, and they're like, and I'm like, so do something about it. I'm not saying break up with them this instant. Try and hold a conversation. Try to change some things. Try to change your behavior. Try to ask them to change their behavior. Or fucking leave them. I don't care. But like, I can't fathom how people get to the point of, I have identified the problem and I have chosen to do nothing about it. Because like, I want to live a good life. I want to enjoy my life. If I can identify something in my life that causes me problems, and I can identify the problem and how to change it, why would I not want to change it and have a better life? Why would I not want to like improve the position I'm in? Yes, sometimes you can identify the problem, but not how to solve the problem. In which case, now you have a task. Find how to solve the problem, which can be done in several different ways. Sometimes it's experimentation. Sometimes it's like, let me try this. Nope. Let me try that. No. Let me try this. No. Like, experiment with it a little bit, play around with it, or learn. we have the internet and libraries and professionals in every field you could physically think of ever. Problem with your art, but you don't know how to fix it? There's a tutorial for that. Problem in your writing, but you don't know how to fix that? There's a tutorial for that, or a class for that, or a master writer that you can have a conversation with, or a beta reader who can work through it with you. Like, if it's a psychological problem where you're like, I'm acting this way and I know this is a problem and I need to fix it, there's self-help books for that. There's videos for that. There's therapists for that. If it's a relationship problem, the same thing. Go to people in other relationships. Seek out mentors. Go to relationship therapy. Like, if you can identify the problem, but you cannot identify the solution, I don't know, thinking about it this way makes me feel less fun and more like a job and a standard again. It's not necessarily fun. It's about having the best life that you can have. And your brain probably doesn't work the same as mine. I have a very weird brain. Admittedly, I'm afraid that I'm even talking about any of this. I probably will not upload this VOD. Just letting you know right now. This VOD will likely never hit YouTube. Watch it while it's up. I don't think I'm putting this one up. Because I don't talk about this shit. Because when I start talking like this, people don't like me. Because they assume that I place these standards on everyone. And that if you don't do these things, I think less of you. And that's not true. I don't understand where you're coming from. I don't think you're a lesser person, but I truly, it is from a place of, this is how my brain works. This is how I think. And I can't understand other people's type of thinking because it just doesn't compute in my head. The same way that the way I think doesn't make sense to you. Like, it's one of those things of like, I'm not, it's very much like the religion debate. Of like, I can hold myself to the standards of my religion, but I'm not holding you to the standards of my religion because you're not in my religion. I hold my brain to the standards of the life that I want to live. And if you choose not to do that, I don't give a fuck. It's just, it doesn't, unless it affects me, in which case, now we work on it. I don't know. That's all I know. It's just one of those things that, like, I can't fathom sitting in your life. And no, I can. I can, because I've been there. This is really not going up on YouTube now. I have a notebook back there. That was a journal when I was in high school. And there's an exact page I can think of where I was dealing with a lot of mental disorders, a lot of really, really, really unhealthy habits, coping mechanisms that were really, really bad and dangerous when I was in high school. And I can identify an exact page where I said, I'm at the point where I know I have a problem, but I don't want to fix it. And that I get. I know where that comes from. Because sometimes the pain feels better than trying to fix it. Sometimes you want to live in your sorrow. Sometimes you want to just wallow in the horrible badness that there is, and you don't want to put in the effort and the work and the time to fix it for maybe a million reasons. Maybe because you believe you deserve it to be that way, or you don't believe it'll ever actually get better, or you're just comfortable in the bad, or you're just adjusted to it, you're used to it, you don't know anything else, you don't want anything else. Whatever the answer is, I've been there. That I get. I've been to the point where there is something wrong with me. I can identify the problem. I do not want to fix it. I've been there. I get that. But I don't get when it comes to, I identify the problem. I want to fix it now. I know how, but I won't. That's where it's like, why? For what reason? Because now it's then it's not true. You don't want to fix it. You don't want to, or you would. Like, to some degree. If it's, I know how to fix it, but I can't, that I get. If it's, I don't know how to fix it at all, that I get. Like, if it's like, there's something really wrong, but, I don't have any idea how to fix it. That's where you reach out to other people for assistance. Same thing, literally regardless of whether it's, I am in an abusive relationship, I know what the problem is, I don't know how to fix it, or I am drawing this piece of art, I know the problem is the anatomy, I don't know how to improve it. The answers to both of those are community. You go to somebody else and you ask for assistance. Like me sending a piece of art to Emily going, the anatomy is wrong and I cannot figure out how to draw these arms. Can you help? And her sketching a guideline over it and being like, this looks better. Like legitimately something I've done. Or saying, hey, I'm in an abusive relationship. I have no idea how to get out of it. Can you please help me find an apartment or file a restraining order or whatever to your friend or to your mom or to the cop down the road? Because like that's what you do. It's either you don't know how to fix it, in which case you go to somebody else, or you don't want to fix it, in which case there's a reason. You could probably find it if you look hard enough. It's either that you don't know how or you don't want to. Because if you did know how and you did want to, you would. That's the thing. If you knew how to improve your art and you wanted to improve your art, you would. If you knew how to improve your life and you wanted to improve your life, you would. So either you don't know how or you don't want to. Even if you're like, oh, but I do want to, but you're still not doing it, there's something holding you back. There's a reason you don't want to. Whether it's you don't think you're worth the effort, or you don't think you're worth the time, or you don't think it ever will be better, and you think you're going to be like this for life or whatever it is, that's it. I think the reason the idea of trying so hard to improve my writing throws me is because it comes from the fear that I won't be able to fix it. I can look at it, identify, and know how to solve, and be too scared because what if it doesn't work? There's nothing worse than knowing you know how to fix it, and it should be fixed, but it's not. But that's the thing. You're identifying the wrong thing. Saying not being not being capable of doing it means that you don't know how. Like, and I know that sounds kind of weird because there are circumstances where that's not true. Like there are physical circumstances where that's not true. Specific disabilities or whatever, like having ADHD, I want to get up, I want to focus, but I physically can't. That again is one of those things that like, there are parts of that are true. There are circumstances in which you can't, but there are also ways to alleviate those things. It doesn't always work, but when it comes to disabilities and certain things like that, there is alleviation there for, if you physically can't. But if you want to talk specifically about writing, if you know what the problem is and you think you know how to improve it, but you are not capable of doing it, it means you don't know how to do it. Like you've gone back a step. In theory, maybe how it's supposed to go. Kind of like me with dialogue. I'm really bad at writing dialogue. It's like one of my biggest weaknesses in writing is dialogue. I am trash at dialogue writing. But that's because in my head, I know how to write dialogue. But it is clearly not a skill I'm well developed at. That's also like, I know how to draw anatomy, but it's a low level skill for me. Dialogue is a low level skill for me. It's not that I'm not capable of writing better dialogue. It's that I know very little about it. My grasp on prose is significantly higher than my grasp on dialogue. It's not that I know what's wrong with it and I know how to fix it and I'm not capable of it. It's I know what's wrong with it and I have an idea of how to fix it, but it's a skill I haven't practiced enough. That's like saying that like, if you know how to make pottery, you know how to make every piece of pottery. Well, no, I know how to make a pinch pot. And there you go. I've got my 4-inch pinch pot. But being like, okay, so then you know how to make pottery. So make this, like, giant teacup or whatever. But like, well, you know how to make pottery, so you know how to make the teacup. My skill level is pinch pot. My skill level is crappy dialogue. I know how to write dialogue. I'm not good at it yet. I'm on the spectrum of growth. Knowing how to do something is a massive spectrum. For all of these things, whether it's psychological, artistic, writing, relationships, like jobs, careers, any of those things. Yeah, you have the idea. You can see the path in front of you. You know that there is a way to improve it. You just haven't learned all of the ways yet. It's not that you don't have the skill or that you're not capable of having it. It's that a skill is a massive line of practice that you will always be improving at. Every single time you write dialogue, you are getting better at writing dialogue. But it also is going to be a much faster process if you research it. And research means a lot of things. Take a masterclass in writing dialogue specifically. Google how to write good dialogue and listen to some tips. Read a book. Read their dialogue. Highlight the dialogue and see what dialogue's good. Highlight the dialogue that's shit and see why it's bad. Like, those are all things you can choose to do to improve the skill level and be able to do the thing you're trying to do, which is actively what I'm doing. I have a book here that I was studying dialogue that I really, really love. And I'm really, really, like, I feel is really impressive. It flows naturally. I think it's really well-written dialogue. And I have a book here, the one that's chilling on my bed, with what I clarify as horrible dialogue. It is stilted. It is awkward. It feels like the dialogue in my book. So I'm trying to identify, why does that feel not good? And why does that feel good? I know they feel different. I know there's a way to improve at it. I don't know what it is yet. I haven't figured it out. I am still learning. I don't know how to write dialogue that feels good yet, because I haven't developed the critical eye for it yet. So, I've developed the critical eye. I haven't developed the skill level to actually be able to identify the critique. That's the thing. The critical eye is kind of shit because it comes in two parts. The ability to identify that it is bad, which is not a critical eye, and almost anybody can do that. And the critical eye to say, this is bad because, and not bad, this is ineffective because, and this is effective because. A writing class with Xander? Do it. I've taken professional writing classes. Like, I've attended writing seminars, like, because I'm deeply, deeply interested in it. I want to improve writing. I attended a 7-week virtual seminar on writing because I wanted to improve my writing. I've taken college classes on it. Like, there are so many writing seminars you can watch on YouTube. All you have to do is be willing to actually put the time in. And that's where I get back around to the time is going to pass anyways. If you are in service of making good art, you will choose how to spend it. And if that is not your main purpose in life, that's fine. That's so okay. Then this isn't about you or for you. I, personally, for me and nobody else, am in service of good art. So when I have space in my life, I will choose to spend it in ways that improve the creation of good art. If that is not the thing that you want to do with your life, it has nothing to do with you. It's not a requirement for you. If you want to keep making pinch pots, keep making pinch pots. Exactly that. If pinch pots are the things that bring you joy more than anything else, and that is the art that you want to bring into the world, then you are creating good art because you have found the thing that resonates with you. And you can make the best pinch pot in the fucking world and never, ever, ever make a porcelain teapot. And that doesn't mean you're a bad artist. It means that you are improving and honing and crafting the skill that matters to you. Which, if that's pinch pots, make pinch pots and make them forever. Or make one and never make them again. If your thing is fan art or fan fictions, and that is the art you want to put in the world, you don't ever have to write a novel. A novel is not a more important piece of literature than a fucking piece of fan fiction. I stand by that so hard. A novel is not a better piece of literature than a fan fiction. I have read several fan fictions that are significantly better than any published novel I have ever read. It is not a lesser form of media. It has never been a lesser form of media. It is about what you put into it. Because I've also read plenty of novels that are better than shit fan fictions I've read. Because it's not about the medium. It is about making good art. That is what it is. Whether that art is a pinch pot or a fan fiction or a fucking 7-series novel or a blockbuster movie, it doesn't matter what you're making. It matters that you're making it as great as you can. And that doesn't mean objective. It doesn't mean skill level. It means putting you in the art. Having this meaning and this intention that you want to put in the world and having the skill to put it into the world. That's what matters. If the intention and the importance and the love that you want to put in the world is how much you want fucking Harry Potter and Ron Weasley to fuck, and that is what you want to put in the world, then write the best fucking fan fiction you can. That is not lesser than writing a novel. It doesn't matter. But if what you want is to write, you know, a trilogy of novels with this interwoven plot and this important character building and these, this prose, and that's what matters to you, you need to do the work to become capable of that thing, to put it out into the world. You just have to put everything into it. The whole point of it is that The point of all of this, the point of being in service of art is not you have to create the best form of art in whatever the thing is. It's not about the teapot. It's not about the novel. It's not about the blockbuster movie. I don't care if you're making roleplay Minecraft shit on YouTube or publishing a movie to the Sunfest Art Dance Festival or putting out a goddamn movie on Netflix. If you're putting everything that you want to into it and you are able to get the meaning from the universe into your heart, through your mind, through the skills that you physically have into the physical medium, and have that physical medium be highly skilled enough to relay all of the love and the thought and the intent and the process and the soul that you wanted it to the person who receives it. And the art communicates between you two. You've made good art. It's done. You did it. It doesn't matter if it was the fucking movie or the fanfic. It doesn't matter if it was the pinch pot or not. It matters if you were able to communicate the soul of the piece. If you have the meaning and the intention and the love and the thought and the process and the work, and you create it and you craft it and it's done and you hand it and it doesn't resonate and people don't understand and they can't see your intentions, that means there was a skill missed there. So you take it back, you learn. You don't take it back, you leave it out in the universe, but you learn, you grow, you improve until you can go through that process to put everything that you've ever loved into the piece and put it in the universe and know that people will see it and understand it and it'll make sense. When your art elicits the same emotion from other people as it elicits from you, you've made it. You're done. When you find someone who looks at your pinch pot with as much love and adoration as you made it when you were firing the little pinch pot in the goddamn kiln, and you see somebody who is absolutely in love with the best pinch pot they've ever seen because it has a little bee on it, or it was painted their favorite color, or you wrote a little thing on the inside of it, and now this is the best pinch pot they've ever found because the intention and the love and the importance of it transferred into the pinch pot, and because of your skill, you were able to communicate it to the person who's receiving it. You've done it. You've done good art. You made it. You're there. That's all that matters. It's never ever been about making an objectively good piece of art in under the standards of this thing is objectively better than this or whatever. And it's not about the subjectivity of this is good, this is bad. It is, can I create the thing that I wanted to create, or does it turn out like a lump of fucking coal? Because if I wanted to make a pinch pot and you sat me down with a piece of clay and a goddamn wheel right now, I would not make a pinch pot. I don't know how to make a pinch pot. I have no idea. Even if it was the most important thing in the world to me, I could not make a pinch pot right now that gives you what I want it to. I would have to learn. That's what the improvement is about. That's it. That was always what it was about. My throat hurts so bad. I didn't mean to get into such a Zan rant. It has been like an hour and a half of just... my throat hurts so bad. I need tea. I have work tomorrow. I have to be able to speak tomorrow, man. Well... there you go. That's what I think. That's why I do what I do. That's why I create. It's why I'm the way that I am. That's why I'm so anal about improvement and creation and focus and trying and trying and trying and trying. Because I can't do that yet. Like, and that's what I want to do. I'm hoping the novel that I'm writing right now is doing what I want it to do, because it means a lot to me, and I think maybe I've gained the skill level I need to get across the emotion that I want, to invoke the emotions that I feel in my reader. My last book, Those That Fear Us, will never see the light of day, because it didn't do what I wanted it to. I created it, and I had these feelings and these emotions and this love for it, and I gave it to other people, and we weren't able to see it because my skill level wasn't high enough to communicate it. I had the intention and not the skill to craft the intention and relay it, and thus it was a fun practice, and it goes away. And the book that I'm writing right now, I have the same intention and emotion and love for, and I think for the first time I finally landed on something that has the skill level to communicate the intention and the meaning and the emotion and the love and the story properly in a way that other people will be able to connect to and have that art moment with. So that's the whole point of it. That's the meaning of all of this. It's not to make art better so that I can get more likes or feel better about myself or fulfill some standard. It's when I can pour all of this love and this meaning and this emotion and this passion into a piece of art, and somebody else can pick that piece of art up and see it. They can feel it. They get it. My intention is in the piece with the skill that I need for somebody else to pick it up in its physical form and feel how much it mattered to me and feel how much I cared about it. Then I've done it. And I can't do that with art yet, and I'm still learning to do it with writing. But that's what I want. That's the point. That's the point of good art. Good art isn't the art that has the cleanest lines or the smoothest shading or any of those things. Good writing isn't writing that is the longest or the quickest or has the biggest words or whatever. Good art, good writing, good creations, good crafts of any form are good when the person receiving the art can feel the intention of the artist. That's the whole point. Like, that's... I don't know what else the point would be. If I make a piece of art that means the world to me and no one else can see it, no one else can feel the intention, I missed something. And obviously, it won't be for everybody. It's never for everybody. If you manage to make a piece of art that pleases literally everybody, you're either God or, I don't know, something's gone horribly wrong. Like, art isn't for everybody, but there'll be people who it makes sense for. Like, it clicks. And part of that is finding your audience, and the other part of it is the skill to communicate your intention. I have read several people's pieces of writing where I can read it and I'm like, this is objectively good writing. You've checked all your boxes and everything. You've done what you're supposed to do. It's writing. It's clean. It's polished. I understand it. But, like, there's no emotional relevance. There's no, like, wow, like, I get it. I can feel you in this. I see you here. Like, I know how much this mattered to you, and I can see it in the writing because I can feel it. I've had that for fan fictions. I've had that for writings from my friends. I've had this from books, from both of them, on both sides of the world. Both, this is fine writing. I just don't feel you, versus like this. I sometimes when a piece of art is so good, it stops mattering if it's like objectively right. Like, that's what like writing rules and art rules are meant to be learned, to be ignored. If I can feel the meaning and the intention and the love and the soul in your piece of writing, I'm not noticing when grammar is wrong or punctuation is wrong or spelling or capitalization or, run-on sentences or fragment sentences or, when you've broken all the rules of grammar. None of those things are going to matter if I'm lost in the intention of your writing. If I'm like just completely lost in the feeling of that. If I'm busy feeling your writing, it doesn't matter if I'm reading it. Anyways. So, yeah. Create good art. Honestly, yeah. I have been pointed out spelling flaws and grammar flaws in writing that I didn't notice it because I was lost in the writing. Because I was lost in just how emotional I was in that moment that the flaws stopped existing. Because I wasn't reading a piece of writing, I was feeling something. I was experiencing the event. Obviously, then spelling is going to have to come later, but just as like a general thing. So, anyways, make good art because I said so. And if you want to make art, make it. Just do it. Like, just do it. Just make good art. That's all that matters. And if you don't want to make art, or if you don't want to make good art, or you don't want to whatever, then just, like, fucking live your life, man. I'm not your mom. But do you want to read my D&D backstory after stream? I want to know what you think of it because I like it, but I also hate it. Depending on how long it is, because I can't be up super late tonight. I'm supposed to be bed in 20 minutes, but depending on if it's a short piece, I can comb through, or if it's a several pages event. But if it is a several pages event, you can always send it to me and I will read it at work tomorrow. But it's like 6 pages. I don't think I could do that tonight, but you could always send it to me because I will definitely have time to read it over the weekend. I just don't think I would have the time to read 6 pages tonight, or admittedly the brain power. So I've gotten like 4 hours of sleep the past 2 nights, but do send it to me unless you want me to read it on call, in which case I also get that. And also, if you do send it to me, please send it with expectations. When people send me writing, I need them to be very clear of like, do you want me to just read it and tell you what I think? Or do you want me to read it and critique it? Like, and I always struggle with this because then people are like, well, I don't want you to critique it, but like, if there's something really wrong with it, like, you should tell me. It's like, no, the point is, do you want me to read it and experience it as a complete piece of writing and tell you my feelings about it afterwards? And like give you like the emotional response of this is a finished piece of writing and here's how I connected with it? Or do you want me to read it with the intention of critiquing, seeking for improvement? Like either on that piece or for your next piece. Like, I don't want like if there's something horrible with it, tell me. I mean, that also is fine. But also you have to define what terrible is. Because we could have very different things. If you're like, terrible is like the sentence is spelt wrong versus like terrible is like this character doesn't make sense. It's like, you know what I mean? Yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? How many people are here? Are there people here still? There's like 12 of you. Man, first off, shout out to all of my lurkers. Genuine. So genuine. Because I'm sure there are people in this chat right now who are here but have literally never spoken. Shout out to you. Because every once in a while I check my viewers and I'm like, man, I've only had 2 people chatting like all night. Like maybe I know there's like 3 people chatting in here, but like we clearly only have like 5 or 6 people, and I check and there's like 14 of you guys. I'm like, little lurkers. Shout out to the lurkers of the world, because you keep the world going round. You mean the world to us. So I try not to call my lurkers out too often because I know they don't want to be called out, but just letting you know we see and appreciate you guys. But I'm thinking maybe whether it's for no, please do talk a lot. Never feel like you have to talk less in my streams, please. I love interaction. That's what stirs conversations like this. I'm thinking about doing a writing critique section of the subathon again, possibly. I will put restrictions on it again on exactly how long it can be because I am a weak person. But I'm thinking of opening that again because I really do love doing writing critique. So if people are interested in that, I will probably open. It'll probably be like maybe like a 600 word max, 600 to 800 words, maybe somewhere in there. It'll probably be pretty little, specifically because I tend to get like a lot of them, but maybe I'll push it to a K. But last time I let people go to 1,000, it got out of hand. See, okay, the thing about the writing critique on stream is not meant for you to send me the whole writing piece and for me to critique the entire thing. It's supposed to be, here is a section I was working on, like that I'm struggling with, and I want critique on this specifically. It's not meant to be like, send me the whole thing and I'll read your entire piece. It's, you know, this is the part where two characters are conversing. It's supposed to feel like this, but I don't know why it's not. Help. I might let it be like 800. I might do like an 800 thing. I've got to look at exactly how long words are sometimes. But maybe I'll just cap it at a page. Nah. People might fuck around with that. Cause yeah, I can't be like a page and then people are like, size 8 font, go. So anyways, this was fun. Thanks for that. If you were upset by my conversation, you're probably not here, admittedly. If you were upset by my rant or my conversation, you are probably not here. But if on the off chance you have stayed around and listened despite not liking anything I said, to 2 quick reminders for you. One is none of this applies to you. This applies to me and the people who it resonates with, in the same way that if you don't have an interest in growth, it doesn't make you a lesser person, and the conversation wasn't for you or about you. If you're not seeking growth, it's not for you. Like, that's okay. I don't think any less of people who choose not to grow, because that's not life. I'm living my life, you're living yours. I value my things, you value yours. I pray to my God, I'm not asking you to. You know what I mean? I genuinely. And also, the second reminder is none of it's that deep. None of it matters that much. I get intense and worked up about things because it is more fun to die on a hill that doesn't matter at the end of the day than it is to, like, be neutral about literally everything. I take strong stances on things because I choose to. That's what. I feel things very intensely because that is the way my brain works. Does it mean that I actually care that deeply? Some days, yes. Most of the time, it's literally not that deep. So, promise you it's fine. And maybe this will end up on YouTube. Maybe not. But maybe. Xander tends to drown in puddles. I do. I die on mountains, and I die on hills. Tiny hills. I die on the top of them, and I drown in puddles. I will face first drown in 2 inches of water because why not? I'm not gonna walk through my entire life being neutral on fucking everything. How do you feel about growth in art? It's fun. It's fine. I don't really care that much. No. I do. I care. I care about everything. I care about everything more than I should, because that is how my life is. And I feel like I live a better life for myself because I care deeply and intensely about everything. Things matter to me. I don't think it's cringe for things to matter to me. And all the people who are too cool or too chill or too neutral to form opinions are like, it's not that deep. It's literally fine. Literally everything's fine. And I don't really care. And I didn't really think about it that big. And it's not really that big of a deal. Like, if you think you're cool because you choose not to form opinions like some fucking skater boy, that's your own issue. Like, if you're genuinely like, oh yeah, like, I think it was fine, but like, it wasn't life-changing, that's fine. But if you're like, I don't really think about things that deep, it's really not that big of a deal, you're just cringe, you're boring. Fuck you. Also, again, I follow that up with that I'm being dramatic. None of it really matters. Anyways, I'm getting you the fuck out of here. My throat hurts and I need to go to bed. Don't you, he was a skater boy me. I'm sending you guys to Red Crow Creates because they are live right now and they're doing some art, and I'm sure you can go have fun with them. I'm going to bed. Oh shit, I have to okay. I'm going to tell you this piece of information now, and people are going to ask about it all weekend, and I'm going to reiterate the information several times over. I will not be streaming this weekend, which means starting now, I cannot stream this weekend. I leave tomorrow night. I will be in my home state Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and I have D&D on Sunday. I will not be able to stream this weekend at all. I will not be in the state. I will not have access to my computer or any computer. I got nothing. And I have plans every night. I have a concert. I have a doctor's appointment. I have a fucking house party I have to go to. I have a lot of stuff going on this weekend. I will do my best to be active in Discord. If not, love each other, take care of each other, be kind. I will stream extra next week again to make up for it because I'm doing my best, okay? But anyways, yeah. Love you guys. Thank you for giving me a platform to talk about this kind of stuff because it means a lot to me. And also, watch my TikTok tomorrow because I'll talk about it more. But if you don't have TikTok, I'm giving the information right now that tomorrow is officially 100 days until top surgery, which is in 13 minutes. In 13 minutes, it will officially be 100 days till top surgery. So, I'm starting a new TikTok series. So if you have TikTok, go follow me on there and follow the series. Anyways, take care of each other. Take care of me. Take care of your loves. And as always, kiss your dad, or I'll do it for you.